Hello, 1 minute off the timer. Time to start playing Nancy Drew, starting a new game of Nancy Drew, Tomb of the Lost Queen. I did start this one before, but I got scared. It's in a tomb. So, yeah, I want to start from the beginning and get some support for the scary tomb. I've been playing a lot of the newer ones, so it's gonna be weird going back to the old interface. I think this, well, not the old, it's like the middle. It's probably my favorite. Yes, let's get started in a minute. I'm actually streaming like much earlier than I thought I would. I don't know why. I think I just got everything set up and then hit start. But oh well. Let's go. Second, I'm having real trouble getting capture right on games, so okay, I'm just gonna send a tweet out. Let's do this. Oh, there we go. One slow frame. And that slow frame was changing the screen. We can cope with that. And so I've got, apparently I could go up to 60 FPS on this Nancy Drew game. Let's do this. Let's just I'm hoping the music is good as Sea of Darkness. That music was, oh, so good. Hello, Pogo. Thanks for the follow. I don't stream very often, just it's the bank holiday weekend, and I want to play some games. I played on Friday and it was just Kona watching, but it was fun. Just get to talk. And let's have a look. That makes, yay, 7 followers. Woo! One of which is my account that I watch on, one of which is my mom, one of which is Kona, one of which is Violet. 2 are definitely bots, and then one Pogo, and then one legitimate person who somehow found my stream. It also takes me so long to get ready to stream. Yeah, I'm like 17 minutes in. It's hard. Goodness gracious. Right. Let's get ready to rumble. So, the premise of the game is we are Nancy Drew. And she goes off on adventures, and we've got to figure out what's going on. Let me know how the sound is, because I have no idea. Coda sometimes helps out. Coda helps loads. Okay. Let's begin the game. 18.5 minutes into the stream. I am pro. Yeah. Do shout about the sound, because yeah, Coda will sometimes be like, I can't hear anything. We're going amateur because, as you'll see, these games are for children, but they are ridiculously hard.
60 years ago, a violent sandstorm uncovered an ancient tomb in the desert outside Cairo. A British expedition set off in hope of finally finding Egypt's legendary lost queen. The expedition never returned. The explorers were lost, presumed dead.
Brilliant.
For 60 years, the grisly tale of the cursed team remained the only proof of the tomb's existence.
Great. So there's always like a scary element to these games as well, where one person is the bad guy and you have to talk to everyone and figure out who it is.
John, are you okay?
Somebody call Cairo! Call a doctor!
Don't move. Help is on the way.
That looks awful.
Nancy, what have I missed?
A lot, actually. The crew left after the storm. They kept talking about the old team that disappeared, and then they were gone. Oh, who cares? I'm just glad you're okay.
About that...
What?
The docs here say there's reason to believe I was attacked. Nancy, you're the only one I can trust now. I need you to be my eyes and ears until I can get out of here.
but I just came here to job shadow you. Are you sure? Will you be coming back?
As soon as they release me. Until then, keep me updated on what you're seeing. I've got some notes in my bunk area. Get caught up to speed. Keep everything you find between you and me. The less you seem to know, the safer you'll be.
Got it. I'll see if I can prove whose tomb this is and find out who attacked you. I'd better get going.
Catch you later.
Bye. Right. So we've got to do these tasks. So we've got to explore this tent. And we've got to see who stuck around. So somebody was attacked on this dig site. Here's someone.
Nancy, you decided to stay?
Of course.
Good. We need all the help we can get. Look, this is awkward.
What's that?
Professor Boyle is gone, and I have to say this to keep things from getting awkward, but look, I'm assuming the authority in the time being.
Are you sure everyone here agrees to that?
I just meant the American team, which is just you.
Do I mind, or... Let's
Sure,
play nice
I
for
don't
now.
mind.
Good. For now, you can look around if you want, just don't screw anything up. Trust me. I just don't want the site to fall into chaos. I'm working entirely out of Professor Boyle's playbook.
Did you see what happened to Professor Boyle?
I couldn't see a thing. I couldn't keep my eyes open for a second.
Did you know Professor Boyle was attacked? At least that's what the doctors think.
Who told you that?
He did.
Don't worry. He's probably just all turned around from the injury. There's nothing to worry about here.
Suspicious. So someone used the sandstorm to cover up that they were trying to bash this guy's
I'll
head
catch
in.
you later. Later.
She doesn't seem that concerned, to be honest.
Whoa. You cannot go back there.
I'm looking for Professor Boyle's notes.
His notes are off limits.
He wants me to have them. Call him if you don't believe me.
I will. Trust me.
Bye.
Later.
Goodness, she's just jealous that we're allowed to look at his notes and she's not. Dear John, I heard at the recent Paris and Williams Archaeological Gala that you are still looking for the perfect applicant to round out your team for your upcoming dig at Egypt. I am writing to recommend Nancy Drew as a candidate for consideration. Nancy can do everything. She's got, like, the contacts. Nancy worked with us as a deputy curator at Beach Hill Museum. Yes, I played that game, where her observational skills and attention to detail provided an invaluable contribution to the successful opening of our exhibition, Finding the Maya, a Lost Civilization Speaks. I am confident that you would be as pleased with Nancy's work as we were. Her deductive reasoning, perseverance, and intelligence are an ideal match for your team search for your answers in the desert. Feel free to contact me with any questions you may have about Nancy's exceptional talents. Nice. Ooh, a lighter. I'll take that. Thank you. Okay, nothing else in here. Okay, so he's studying the hieroglyphs. So there's some hieroglyphs around that they can't decipher. Royal female presence.
Part of John's notes are missing. That doesn't seem right.
The tomb sealed behind her titles. Acknowledge them fully with no gaps from left to right, and it shall be opened according thereto. Let it be. We'll shut down the rest of the inscription. And, oh, no, they've taken what he's found. Okay, they did say loads of people had left. So I'm guessing. This is
Great!
mine.
I could use this to translate the hieroglyphs.
fantastic. I can't wait. Oh, let's eat that. Property of... don't know. God, I'm not reading all that. Sacred inscriptions in Greek. Oh, interesting. Okay, well, we're gonna read that one. We need it. It's a dead language unused since the 4th century AD. Remained a mystery till 1822 when scholar Jean-Francois Champollion announced that he had deciphered the hieroglyphs on the Rosetta Stone. I recognise that. So this is our bunk, I'm guessing, since we're allowed to sleep in it. Oh, this professor is in all the games. She is our go-to to call for help. He was so keen on my book about Marie Antoinette, I knew you'd enjoy my latest work about these magnificent women. If you'd ever like to learn more, I'd love to talk about them. So this is the lost queen we're looking for? And oh no, there's loads. Which one are we looking for, I wonder? Cleopatra. Born of the Macedonian Ptolemy line, Cleopatra the Seventh was 17 when she gained the throne. She was the only Ptolemy pharaoh to speak Egyptian. Oh, goodness. So, someone else no longer there, and I don't know who this is, but she's not going to let us look.
Stay
I bet.
out of there!
Yep. Lily, is her name.
This game looks cool. Can we play?
Yes. The goal is to get all of your pieces off the board first. When a token reaches the last square, it's removed
okay,
from the
so-
board. To move, throw the sticks.
Puzzle time.
The number of light sticks determines how many spaces you move. If all 4 sticks are dark, then you get to move 5 squares.
Okay. So, in these games, there's puzzles, and some of the puzzles are ridiculously hard. But I'm guessing this is just a game.
I threw a 2. What does that
You
mean?
move too.
You can move any of your tokens to either an empty square or a square occupied by your opponent.
Can't do that.
Okay. Well, I
If
think
you
we'll
throw
go-
a 1, 4, or 5, move a token and then throw the sticks again. If no moves are available, the player skips their turn.
Okay.
I've rolled a 3, so I'll move my token 3 spaces.
Does that mean?
If you land on an
Oh,
opponent,
yeah, she
you swap
swapped.
places, sending your opponent's token back to your token starting position.
Gosh,
If an opponent has 2 or
darn
more
it.
tokens in adjacent squares, then they've created a block. You
Yeah.
can't swap places with a token in a block, but you can move over it. There are 5 special squares on the board, each with their own name and design. The square with the Ankh is a safe square, and the token on this square can't be swapped. All tokens must stop on the square with the bird, even if the throw would have moved them past it. They can move past it on their next turn. Landing on the square with the water sends that token back to the square with the Ankh. The last 2 are safe squares, so tokens can't be swapped. Let's start a game. You can go first.
Okay. That's 4, right? And then just throw again. 2. Let's just move that one forward. Ooh, another 4. I'm killing it. Three. Shall I just try and get this one through? One, two, three.
I'm sending you back.
No.
That's cold, Lily.
Okay, I've got to stop there. Catching up. Yay! Okay, I've got one through at least. Ooh.
Walk it off, Drew. Can't do that.
Oh,
Can't do that.
Oh, it's only one, that's why. Okay, well, I don't want to move any of
Can't
these.
do that.
Oh, gotta go back.
Can't do that.
Why? Tell me why. Another one. I'm gonna have to go again though. Let's get a one. I really want to beat this girl because she seems annoying. Coming around, taking control of the dig. Probably has
That's
more authority
cold,
than
Lily.
me, but 1, 2, 3. Okay, put you on that.
Bad news for you.
Not really.
Bad news for you.
God, I hate her.
Rats.
Haha. Gosh, it feels good to beat her.
I'm sending you back.
No, why?
Ha!
Same. I feel no investment in this game beyond beating Lily. So far, smashed it out the park, to be honest.
Ha!
No, no, I thought she was going to do the exact same thing to me. No, she doesn't play like that.
I'm sending you back.
Look out!
You want to be petty? I'll be pettier. I wonder if I actually get anything from this, or am I just playing for no reason?
Look out!
I should have got that one because I don't want her to get there first because you have to stop there, and if she stops there, then I can't move forward. So you gotta stop there.
Rats.
first, you, Lily. Right, she's got 2 coming now, so I feel like I need to move forward. Ah! What does she do that for? Idiot. Okay, I'm smashing this. The only way she's gonna win is if I accidentally land on this 3-line one. Oh, she's gonna stay there, so I can't move, isn't she? So there's no point.
Guess
Yeah.
I'm stuck. Guess I'm stuck.
Yeah, how do I skip? Oh, there we go.
Guess I'm stuck. Your turn. I'm stuck.
Yeah, thanks to you. Move, you darn piece.
Guess I'm stuck.
Oh, I'm
Your
being
turn.
played.
I'm stuck.
She's gonna have them all in a line, ready to go. Okay, done. If this is a 1, no. Okay, no, it can end. 4, 5. If this is a 1 now. Oh, thank God.
Congratulations to the senator from Egypt. Me!
Oh, I didn't get anything. Oh, I've won.
Check.
There we go. And I found
That's
his
done.
notes.
Check.
I explored the tent. Right, let's go and see who else is around. I see there's no one in this tent. It's a different, no, it's the same tent. Oh, the navigation is so awkward sometimes. I like this chair. Some water. Keep hydrated out in the desert. This is a different tent. The Antiquities tent. Okay, I'll take that pick. And that paintbrush. Why not? Anything else you need to steal?
I should try to piece the amulet back together.
Do I have all the pieces? Yes, I will certainly try. Oh no, you can turn it. This is a disaster. Okay. So, okay, well this has got to go there. So that's that sorted. And that's got to go there. Okay, it's not as hard as I thought. Ooh, this noise is so satisfying. I love this too. Yeah, I spoke too soon. I'm stuck again. I need to find a. actually getting the swing of it. It's alright. It's just need like a little dragon piece. There we go. I don't really know where else they can go now. Bit of a bottom thing.
There's a piece
Oh, it's a
missing.
tap.
I wonder where the rest of the amulet pieces were found in the tomb.
I was just looking at it upside down. Probably help if I knew it was a cat. Okay, let me just look for that missing piece. Oh, I'm just gluing it back together. Sad times. The music in these games, gosh darn it, it's
This
so
looks
good.
like a map of the site.
Nice. So, there's 3 tunnels. I'll be having that. Ooh, I'll have that. I like. Official site grid. All artifacts removed from the tomb must be labelled with the corresponding site grid number from the location where the artifact was found. Okay, so that had a little... I bet we can find the little piece. Had a tag. N13E2. Okay, let's see if that's helpful. Okay, yeah. N13E2, so it's right at the end of this tunnel, which from our site map is tunnel 2. You know? That's all there is to look at around here. Let's go in. So this is apparently where loads of people died, like a whole expedition. So I don't know if this. So there's like some spooky games. I don't know if this is supposed to be one of them. Oh, hello.
Ah, you are still here, darling.
Oh, you couldn't
Darling?
drag me away. But if you don't mind, I'd prefer Nancy.
Gross.
I prefer the distinguished Dr. Raccoon. It appears neither of us is going to get what we want. So I must know, are you very brave or just very stupid?
Oh, I'm not afraid of a curse, if that's what you're getting at.
It is, but you still haven't answered my question.
Am I brave? Well, Nancy doesn't believe in the supernatural. Like, that's what I like about these games. It's not like a ghost in it. It's with a person.
I guess you'll have to wait and see.
This is the only good answer. Don't worry, Nancy. I will figure you out.
Getting the vibes from this guy. I don't know if it would be him, because they're clearly trying to make you not like him, and it's usually someone that you like. I think Lily.
What's going to happen now that there's been a major injury?
Usually it means we are going to be shut down, so now we work fast.
Professor Boyle was supposedly injured by a lightning strike, but the medical reports state that he was struck in the head with a blunt instrument.
No, that can't be.
That's what he said.
This is serious.
I know. Someone attacked him.
Do not be so hasty. We don't know what happened. But it's best you be careful anyway.
I think Professor Boyle was attacked.
Do you have any evidence?
I mean, I guess that if the doctors say that, I'm going to
I
say
have
yes.
enough. If I'm wrong and it's an accident, then no harm done. If I just assume it was an accident and let his attacker get away with it, who knows who will get hurt next?
You are very shrewd.
Thank you.
What do you think about Professor Boyle?
He's lucky to be alive. It's a good thing professors have such thick skulls.
Did you two get along?
Get along? I know him. I respect
No,
his work.
then.
Were you okay with Professor Boyle working the site with you?
No.
Why not?
When you are the best, like I am the best, no one else can ever help. No, they only get in your way.
But Professor Boyle is one of the best archaeologists working today. He wouldn't be getting in your way.
One of the best? Pfft, I am the best. That's why this site is mine.
Got to admire the confidence, but can't help but feel like you can't just dig up a tomb all by yourself.
What are you working on?
This mural here, there is something very important hidden in this wall. I don't know if I can decode it in time.
Can I give it a shot?
No, you want to try the other mural up top? Yeah, sure.
I need a few tips for reading the hieroglyphs.
A few tips? Yes, that's how I learned to read hieroglyphs. At first, they were inscrutable and mysterious, but then I got some tips. Just go look in your books.
It's not very nice. I mean, to be fair, is on site at a dig a good place to learn hieroglyphs? Probably not Nancy, but you know, they shouldn't have hired her, frankly.
Have you made progress? Did you find anything to say whose tomb this is?
I wish I could say we found the lost queen, but I don't know for sure yet. The answer is here. We may find the mummy, but if we do not crack this before they come to shut us down, we may never know who we have found.
Do you have any idea what that inscription means?
Look at the hieroglyphs. They are not supposed to be riddles, and I still grappled with them, sometimes for years. The actual riddles, forget it. That's why I am here, staring at this wall. I cannot think if I am not working.
I wonder who the Lost Queen is, because we found that book about the Lost Queens, and there was like 4 of them. So which one in particular are they after?
What do you know about Lily?
I've seen many like her.
What does that mean?
Ambitious, young, smart. The ones like that, they achieve. Or they flame out in a big...
That seems dramatic.
The world moves on the back of dramatic lives. I do not think this is a good thing. Lily, she is like a spinning top. She stands straight, but the slightest nudge, she will go ping, flying off in a crazy direction. I do not trust her.
Then why did you choose her to be part of the dig?
Someone I fully trust would never be able to surprise me.
I still don't understand why you would want Lily to work with you.
She is smart, and her downfall is being too ambitious. She is so much like me, I'd be a hypocrite to not like her.
Ambitious, you say? Ambitious enough to whack the professor over their head, take control of the whole dig? Which is basically just taking control of Nancy, but still.
I'd better get going.
Goodbye.
I think this way is meant to be the tunnel where we want that missing key.
This is approximately where the other amulet pieces were found.
Yes, it was. Brush or dig? Or do I not have the right tools, you think?
I need to find the right tool to clear this away.
There it is. I mean, that was dangerous. I could have easily shattered this. This is like thousands of years old.
It's stuck.
Ooh, here's a... What about a pick, eh? Haha. Let me just start chipping away at ancient tombs. Can't see any issues with that. Right, so I've met 2 people. There's got to be more than just them hanging around. This is the other tunnel, and there should be another one. This one?
That jackal symbol is at the beginning and end of this passage. There must be something special about it.
Let's have a look. There was something about Dictionary alone just won't do. The hieroglyph practice book provides an entire notebook of blank pages. Goodness, keep track. So.
What am I missing here?
So I've just tried with my dictionary and it completely makes no sense. Oh. So we know these are A's, I'm guessing this is what it's saying, then I don't know if we can do this now, or we've got to come back. Okay. Just chill. Ooh.
These must be the Queen's titles John mentioned in his notes. It looks like a hieroglyph appears in the bottom row when the column contains only one type of hieroglyph. I need to rearrange the pieces so the bottom reveals the hidden message.
Okay.
Haven't done that.
So it's got to reveal only one type. Okay. That's a bird. So this one here I can't move, so this is set in stone. If that's got to be that, and this one also has to be a little thing like that. Okay. But I can't help feel. Yeah, maybe birds. I can't be like that. So this one's got to go first, I think, because I need a tile. Maybe that one too. Gosh, it's complicated. Something goes at the beginning, but. So I need something in this column. Oh, fairy music. That's got to be a bird. Ooh, well that looks like something. That looks right. I just need two. I think I've got to move this one. I thought I would need something at the end there. The tricky one. Well, that's just undone a lot of hard work.
That's it!
Yes!
Now if I only knew what it meant.
Oh?
It's still sealed.
When you win by accident. Oh.
Oops. Whoa.
What are you doing?
Ooh.
I think we found the tomb.
Well,
I've
check
got to
me
see
out.
this myself.
I am the
Brilliant.
Egyptologist.
Who is that?
Oh my god, are they going to smash me on the head? That's too many.
It's magnificent.
What is this? Look at the hieroglyphs. There is something very
Is
important
there like a
here.
decoder?
The curse.
Everyone get out of here.
Oh, if I can just get this light to turn back on.
Now!
That's not a curse. She looks very relaxed. Very relaxed for someone who's just found a tomb. Well, I found it, but you know, her team found it. You think they would be in
Hi.
there? What do you
What
think?
did you think about being there to finally open the tomb?
I don't know what to think. When I was near it, it just felt. No, it's stupid.
What?
Something was in that room with me. Whatever it wasn't human. At least not anymore. Don't go in there.
Why? Her fear doesn't seem genuine. Like, it feels like she's trying to keep me away. Maybe because she's jealous because I'm the one who found the tomb.
Do you think there's something to this curse?
I've studied curses, so look. Don't make me say it.
Say what?
Yes, I do. Even reading about curses gives me the creeps.
Why are you reading about curses if they give you the creeps?
I know, it's weird. It's like if I can learn everything about curses, then maybe they won't have any control over me. I can tell that you probably don't
feel that.
believe in curses, so please don't make fun of me.
How can you tell I don't believe in curses?
Sorry, I'm just a bit worked up. I'm probably just being oversensitive. You're too calm. Do you know how effective curses are? They are deadly 76.42% of the time. You know what else has that fatality rating? Whitewater rafting with a hungry bear, who also has the bird flu and he's holding dynamite.
I don't know. Is that like a real statistic, or is she just like making that up? Because I wouldn't be surprised if people believed curses were killing them off. It's like the like the Tutankhamun. They all died, but really they died of like malaria, which is really common.
What do you think of Abdullah?
Say what you want about how he behaves. He's earned it.
What makes you so sure of that?
I've studied his career. He's a bit of a jerk, but let's face it, when you think of archaeology, you think of him. He's the best. A decade of dedicated study.
Okay, I guess you have a point.
Thanks. It just bothers me when people are critical of him. He's sort of a hero of mine.
What's that book?
Curses of the World, the compendium of cruel curses and curious casualties. It does have a lot of C's.
That doesn't seem like light reading.
I was originally going to go into paleontology, but no, I changed my mind freshman year. Why did no one tell me about how creepy curses are when I switched majors? Dinosaurs were bad news back in the day, but now, totally safe. Mummies, on the other hand, I make poor life choices.
Curses aren't real. You'll be fine.
No,
cut the
no more
dialogue off a
taunting
lot
the
in this
curse,
game.
at least not around me. I'm too young to die out here. I have things to do. I'm still in school. I haven't even started my life yet. I'm not tempting fate here, Nancy. I refuse.
Okay, I can respect that.
Yeah, it's like, I don't believe in Ouija boards, but I would not use one because what is the point in tempting fate and like bringing that possibility upon yourself? So I do.
I'll
get
let you
it.
go.
Bye.
I probably wouldn't go in. But I would know deep down. Find everyone. Okay.
Still have to do that. Can't check that off yet.
Oh, let's go back to that.
Got it.
Woo! That's cute. I like that. I don't know what we're gonna do with it. Maybe put it in somewhere? Okay, who's this guy? He showed up.
Hello.
Not to be rude, but who are you? Why are you here?
I could ask the same of you, but I won't. I'm Dylan Carter, to answer the question
don't
you
trust him,
didn't
he's
ask,
British.
but probably meant to.
I'm Nancy Drew.
Brilliant! Well, good chat. Mustn't keep you from your duties.
English, to be specific. I'm also English, and that's how I know you can't trust him. Do not trust an English person at a digging site. Not be trusted around history.
What do you think of Abdullah?
He's got quite the ego, but I'm sure he deserves it.
What makes you say that?
If he didn't, no one would put up with him. History's great pioneers always tend to be a bit prickly. Sure, he's a tyrant, but he's supposed to be the best in his field.
Do you think he is?
Who knows if it's true? He's either the best or the guy who says, "I'm the best, the loudest." Unfortunately, either one of those two things works equally well. You know, he's just on the edge.
What do you mean?
He's close to being known the world over. He must have gotten a glimpse of what that would be like. I wonder what he'd do
His
to
accent's a
make
bit
it over
weird,
that last
actually.
hurdle.
Not quite tell where he's from.
Why are you hanging out here outside instead of going into the tomb?
Why aren't you hanging out outside?
I have better things to do,
I have
Dylan.
better things to do.
Oh, you do not. When you come to your senses, I'll still be here. You know why England tried to take over the world?
Now, here we go. Right. Let's roll your sleeves up time.
Boredom?
Because we've got everything you need. Except for the sun. You know why we stopped trying to take over the world?
Because everyone else got sick of it?
That they did.
Is the real reason you're hanging out here because you're not cleared to actually go into the site?
I was hoping we'd be able to get over that little bump in the road before that cat got out.
Okay, so he's not actually allowed in, which is why he's not going in.
What do you do exactly?
He ain't
As a
scared.
tour guide, I show the world to those who want to see it. It's the best job on the planet, next to lion tamer or astronaut.
Where do you give tours?
All throughout Egypt.
That sounds like a fantastic job, but why aren't you leading a tour now?
It's getting very competitive these days. I need every advantage I can get. Well, that's why I'm here. To be perfectly on the level, I have to be.
Since you're a tour guide, can you give me any information about Egypt I might need to know?
Sure, here.
Oh, is this his little thing he hands out? Oh, is this the gods and goddesses? Isis, heard of. Horus, heard of. Osiris. Yep. Ra, heard of. Sobek, heard of. Anubis, of course, heard of.
Why are you so sure the public would want to tour this site?
Because they're nosy.
Surely you've heard of the curse.
I have.
Oh, I feel a
Do
sneeze coming
you
on.
believe in it?
Of course I do.
But since you're here, you must not be worried about being cursed yourself.
I've been gloriously unlucky my whole life. I don't think a curse could make things much worse.
Doesn't look like the type of person who's been unlucky.
I'd better get going.
I'll be seeing you.
Sat there sunning himself. Right, there was 4 people. and he was
Yes.
1.
Is it strange that some of the hieroglyphs don't make sense?
There is a saying, if a lion could speak, we would not understand him. So let's say one day, magically, poof, a very smart lion learns to speak the king's English. How he understands the world is so radically different that even though you understand the words he spoke, you could never understand what he was trying to say.
Is that how you think of the ancient Egyptians?
Yes, now let me show you why I am the best archaeologist in the world in one simple step.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
I am Ramses II.
I thought you looked familiar.
Please, I am much more handsome than he was. Now pay attention. I, Ramses II, I look at my kingdom. Look at it with me. Be Ramses with me. Come now, survey the kingdom. We are kings. Look at the sands. They part in the most elegant tribute to our majesty. Listen to the river. You are not doing it.
Okay,
Sorry, I'll try harder.
Good. Listen to the river. That is better. The birds of prey and even the deadly serpents bow before us. They look to us as if we were the sun. And remember, we are Ramses. We are the sun, most favored by Ra, sun god. The heartbeat of this world is for us alone. Looking at all of this, what do you want?
What could I possibly want?
Exactly. Now tell me, what are you afraid of?
I guess losing what I have.
Yes, you are thinking like a pharaoh. Now tell me, how could you lose what you have?
I can't lose anything. I'm the Pharaoh.
Wrong. You can and you will. You will die, Ramses II. You will be gone and forgotten.
Okay, but how does all of this lead to the Lost Queen?
Interesting
For
speech.
thousands of years, the lion spoke and no one understood. But understand the fear and you understand the man.
Afraid of being forgotten.
What do you think of this tomb?
What are you getting at?
It's amazing. The amount of detail, the size. Well, someone really important must be buried here.
After 5,000 years of recorded history, that could be said about every hole in the ground.
But that's what you think, isn't it?
I don't leave the house for anything less than amazing.
So it's safe to assume this is going to be a major find?
You tell me.
Who do you think is buried here?
No, I do not guess.
Who are you hoping to find here?
Who does everyone want to find? The Lost Queen.
Who is that?
Nefertari.
Okay, so we
Why
have
is
the
she
names.
lost?
Over 100 years ago, they found her tomb. The most magnificent of its kind. But when they opened the tomb, do you know what they found?
Nothing.
Nothing?
They found 2 kneecaps. The queen was nowhere to be found.
Why's that?
Nobody knows. I say she was never there to begin with.
Do you have proof?
No. The people who had proof have been dead 100 times longer than they were ever alive. So they're not talking. We have to learn to think like they did. But it's not easy. Anyone who says different lies or is stupid.
Do you know Dylan?
I know of him.
You do? So he has a reputation?
He is a very popular guide, for whatever
I
that
don't
is
like
worth.
Dylan, but I think
I
it's
do not
silly.
like guides. They distort history and turn the other way, as sticky-fingered tourists steal every bit of Egypt they can find.
That seems a little harsh.
Not harsh enough. Every tourist thinks, what will it hurt? I'll just take one small piece of the pyramids. And they come, by the millions they come. And bit by bit, they smuggle our history back in their luggage. They're worse than the museums.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I think he's a bit of a jerk, but you know, at least the game has got an Egyptologist.
Do you think international teams have stolen artifacts from Egypt?
No, I do not think. I know.
You don't seem very happy to have Dylan here.
Good. I'm glad you noticed. If this were my site, like it should be, he'd be out on the sand with his hat in his hand, trying to catch a ride back to Cairo. And he would never find one, because there is no street.
I'd better get going.
Goodbye.
He said we could
My
try
dictionary could help translate that. Never enter where?
According thereto, let it be found inscribed on the tablet. As to anyone who does not know the spell, he shall never enter.
Still have to do that.
Yeah.
Did that.
I need to find a way to go in there to
Still have to do that.
Okay. Not there yet. Yeah.
The flashlight isn't working. I better find something else to light the way. There's not much fuel. I'd better save this for lighting things on. A lamp! Great! I just need to find a way to get it working. I need to find oil for the lamp.
Oh, goodness. Okay. Let's do this. Little yawn, little yawn. Tired. Use the lamp. Is this like before they?
That's done. Did that.
Where's the there was a woman, I think. Oh, here she is.
The sandstorm did not scare you away.
It'll take more than a little sandstorm to get me to leave.
Shh! Do not tempt the Anunnaki.
Though, what?
I should not have
Pardon?
even spoken their name.
Pardon?
Disregard that. I didn't mean to say Anunnaki. Oh, blast! I said it again, didn't I? I'm Jamila, by the way. But if anyone asks, you haven't seen me.
Why are you here?
Well, I can't exactly be there, now can I? That would make no sense.
And who is she? Oh, Jamila.
What do you think of Abdullah?
Not much. He talks always like there's an audience near. But what audience would listen to such a tedious man? I say let him think he's in charge if it makes him happy.
You don't think he should be in charge?
I don't think he's capable of being in charge. He doesn't even believe in the Anunnaki.
Doesn't believe in the Anunnaki.
What do you think of Dylan?
The tour guide.
Yeah,
Did I have to have an opinion of him?
I guess not.
Oh, good. That's a relief.
It'd be good to learn something.
Are
about
you
Dylan,
worried
though.
about the curse?
Who could be worried about a curse at a time like this?
A time like what?
The makers. The original architects. They're watching.
Who are you talking about?
Nancy, they can't hear you. You do not have to pretend.
I'm not pretending. What are you talking about?
How could you not know? This is the cradle of civilization.
Right?
Here we were born. And like all infants, this is where we were taught.
Taught what?
To be human. We didn't just figure that out. But for millennia we lived in caves, terrified of the very earth, of fire and wind and lightning. We cowered and dug down into the earth. But one thing of all humans, we are curious. One night, our ancestors saw the sky catch fire, and the brave ones left their caves and walked into the light. And there they met the teachers.
I don't follow.
They brought us to the next level of consciousness, and in return we built them the pyramids.
My face right now. So she is one of those people who thinks like the pyramids are like built by or for aliens.
I'm not so sure I agree with you on this one. If aliens built the pyramids, why were human leaders buried inside?
They were not just rulers on Earth. They were the chosen, the favorite of the Anunnaki.
If we built the pyramids for the aliens, why did they all just leave?
Oh, they didn't leave. They're all around us. Do you want me to call them?
No.
Oh, well, that's a shame. They're an amazing sight. They're slender and tall, and they have the most gorgeous, glowing, luminescent fangs.
When did you become so interested in aliens?
Sunny June. I took his Are You Alien or Ali Out course. Changed my life. Did you know that aliens were there at every major human milestone, with the exception of the moon landing?
All
Sunny
right,
June
I'll
was in a
bite.
different game.
Why?
Because it was a rude thing to do, and they wanted no part of it.
Yeah.
Who is Sunny June? I've seen his name everywhere, but we've never met.
I can't explain it all to you, not now. He's special. He's met them.
Met whom?
You don't make this easy, do you?
To be fair, neither do you.
True. The Anunnaki. He's spoken to them. He knows that they're on their way.
I'm still not a believer.
But look around! This temple is proof. There is no way all of this could have been built without their help,
All those things seem like human accomplishments to me.
as they were designed to look. But I had hoped that you could see the strings, and not just the puppet.
There's so many like clip dialogues, so the actors clearly just kept reading and they've had to put it together. But it's done so badly in this game. Sometimes you hear it, but in other games, but in this one, it's so
See ya.
frequent.
Until later.
Well, this is where I got the. Okay, so
Check.
done that.
Still have to do that. Haven't done that.
Yes?
What do you think of Jamila?
What is to think? She believes aliens built the pyramids. She is a waste of my time.
So I take it you don't believe in aliens?
Let me stop you there.
Normally when people say that, they have more to say.
I do not. If you do not have enough faith in humans to believe that we invented pushing, dragging, and lifting without the help of aliens, you are terminally wrong and incredibly stupid. We will never agree on anything.
Are you okay with her staying here?
No. Get out of my sight!
You do not own this temple!
Leave now, or I will remove you myself!
Goodness.
I'd like to see you try.
She sure seems determined to stay.
It's like that was really weird. It was like we were like asking about him, and then he was like, "Now you mention her, get out." What was this?
My dictionary could help translate that. Bad job, Tomb. That doesn't even make sense.
O living ones, who art thou that hast come? Thy heart is covetous. Hearken ye, ye shall not remove this tombstone from its place forever. Do not rob, but act against the robber without allowing any people to tread upon this holy ground. Then you will hear this secret. And then I'm guessing there's a cipher in the other two, maybe? Because he stared at something on the wall. We just need to find oil to go and have a look. Or should I go and talk to... Oh, is he going to be back? Yeah, he's back. Back and ready for nonsense. Right. I wonder where is she gone? I'm gonna get so lost in these tunnels. I'm doing my head in already. Oh, here she is.
Hi.
Bye-bye.
Until later.
We need to find a way to get rid of her and Snoop. Snoop in her handbag. Ooh, here's a table. Shovel. We need that for. We needed oil. Maybe in here I'll find some? Amulets found. with it? I just don't want to keep carrying around this like ancient amulet. Put this back. Oh,
Flashlight's dead. I'll need to find another light source.
okay. Well, now I'm gonna find oil. Lamp oil. Oh, I thought the door had been spent. Let's have a look.
Well, hello.
What do you think about Jamila's alien theories?
Not much. Subject change. Do you happen to know how a bloke like me might impress that cantankerous old curmudgeon down below?
You mean Abdullah, right?
I very much hope there isn't another one.
I imagine he responds to people talking about archaeology.
Brilliant. I'll do that. Thanks, Nancy.
What do you think of Jamila?
Is she for real? Because, wow, I've met some nutters in my life, but that girl belongs in a museum herself, with a little tag that reads Insanus Totalis.
Being a bit harsh. Doesn't really hurt anyone, I guess, but it's like, it's more that she thinks you're stupid for not seeing the truth, and instead of like considering that, yeah, you can't prove it wasn't aliens, but can't prove it was either.
Oh, she's just different.
No,
Occam's razor and all
I'm different.
that.
She's a crazy little rowboat adrift in a vast sea of insanity.
Bye.
Come back anytime.
Most likely solution is not the likely answer. Oh, maybe I do actually need to call Mission Hotchkiss. Let's ask her.
Hello.
What do you think about Dylan?
Did we accidentally invite the whole world to this dig? With the exception of a decent work crew, that is. Although I do hate that I don't know why he is here. He is definitely easy on the eyes.
I'm gonna disagree. I think he's too weird.
I don't think so.
Then you are wrong, girl. Your eyes must be tired from looking at hieroglyphs all day. You're just gonna have to trust me on this one.
No, he's got a creepy quality about him. I'm not feeling him.
What do you think of Jamila?
When she talks to me, I always keep checking for the hidden camera.
Huh?
No one can be that nuts. I'm still convinced we're gonna end up on a
Poor
hidden
Jamila.
camera show called Suckers Talking to Crazies.
I think it's a bit harsh to call it crazy.
Don't you think you're being a little harsh?
I'm nowhere near as harsh as she is crazy. You could take that to the bank. The crazy bank. Wait a second. I didn't even... Do you actually agree with her about aliens?
No.
Good. I don't know why Abdullah doesn't just kick her out.
He tried. I wonder why he can't. Like, why is she allowed
I'd
here?
better get going.
See ya.
Oil? Lamp oil. Hell yeah. Okay. I would not be able to handle this. My stomach is way too delicate to drink water out of this tankard. Where was the one? This way? This way. Lamp oil. Yeah?
wonder if I could find a way to light the entire room.
Oh, yes. Okay. Puzzle time. That's not actually been that many puzzles yet. Oh, okay. This is dreadful. This is going to take me hours. Oh god. Oh god. Chaos already. Oh my. But yeah, I need to figure out how this is going to, like... Okay, so this is the first one. Goodness. Yeah, so really there needs to be something there, or here. Goodness. So many options. How? How is here? Hi, Pow. Oh, help! I'm struggling with this puzzle. I need emotional support. Buggo! People. How's everybody's Monday going? It's bank holiday, so I thought I would struggle through a Nancy game.
Let there be lamp.
Heck yeah! I don't know how I did that. You guys showing up in chat for some emotional support helped me through the puzzle. Yay! Okay, so story so far. We're Nancy Drew. We're on this dig in Egypt. We found this tomb no other fool could find. And then everybody's shouting about a curse. There's this girl who believes it was aliens.
Okay, way too heavy. If I could make some sort of lever, I bet I could use that hole and open the coffin. What was that? It sounds like it came from the entrance.
What is going on?
Yes?
Oh, the scaffolding fell on him.
That was a close call with the scaffolding.
I've seen worse. 20 years ago, we were in a tomb, a miner site. A guide, much like your boy Dylan, kicked over a support beam and crash. It all came down. 7 of us, trapped under stones, big as automobiles.
What happened?
5 of us were eventually pulled out.
What happened to the other 2?
What do you think happened?
Do you think this has anything to do with a curse?
Does it matter?
So guys, it's the bank holiday. I'm so used to like lazing around now. All it took was 4 days and I'm like ready to quit my job and never work again. But I've got to. this guy is like the lead archaeologist, and he's very full of himself. He thinks he's the best, but he seems competent, so we'll let him have it.
How did you get into archaeology?
I was a student, like Lily. I went out on a dig one day, and it was a very, very small tomb. Inside, nothing remarkable. Mummies, no hieroglyphs. But once I lowered myself down into the dark, dusty tomb, I felt a strange flutter in my chest, right here. And I do not know what overtook me, but I knew I had to push very hard on this wall. And it gave way. And you know what was there?
What?
I had opened the door
I wish,
thousands of
I
years back
wish.
in time. Ancient Egypt was down there. I have never again been the
I want
same.
to retire. We can't though, pal. We must struggle on.
I'll let you
the
go.
occasional bank
Bye.
holiday.
Can't check that off yet.
Oh, have I got to? I'll just take. Oh, is that going to be our
Check.
lever for the sarcophagus? Okay.
That's
Done
done.
that. It's so satisfying ticking off this.
Can't check that off yet. Did that.
Woo.
Still have to do that.
And also lets you know. I'm gonna get lost again. I'm lost. I'm already lost. This way.
Nancy, hi.
How well do you know Lily?
I like Lily. She's not a friend to the cause, but I can look past that.
Friend to the cause?
You know, rolling out the red carpet for our celestial others.
Oh, that.
This
I've
girl
been trying
believes
to
it's
teach her
aliens
about the
who
true
built
purpose of the
pyramids.
hidden tombs, but she's not receptive.
Earlier, you said true purpose of the tombs. What did you mean?
The Anunnaki had much to teach us. Too much. They hid the secrets on Earth. And when we master all these lessons, they will return to the temples and they will take the most enlightened among us with them.
What will happen to everyone else?
But for those who do not pass the test, there will be war and famine. The Earth's rage will overcome them and they will fall. The blue light of the Earth will go dim in the night sky.
That is bleak.
I know, right? That is why I tried to get Lily to embrace the Anunnaki. She does not care.
Well, yeah, you just can't force people to go to war. You're saying there will be war, but you know, if people decide not to, then you know, it won't be. And yes, pal, if you win the lottery, you have to give me £20. Okay, deal? If you win like millions, I want £20.
Bye.
Goodbye.
This won't do it alone.
Okay, what else? This shovel.
This won't do it alone.
£100. Ooh. Lucky days for me. Take that. How big bucks?
My dictionary could help translate that. That's not good. Now I have to know what the rest says.
Everyone who had been in this place, they are wretches. There is no remedy for them, because I know their names. Beware, this is the taste of death. Oh gosh. Darkness shall conceal them, and then something we can't translate. Grim.
My dictionary could help translate that.
Lady of Terrors, Sovereign Lady, Mistress of Destruction. Ooh. Yoink. Let's just steal from this tomb, I guess.
It looks like something is missing. It looks like something is missing. It looks like something is
Okay,
missing.
Nancy, we get it, we get it. Oh, I'll be able to do it with these as well. Spears. Sturdy board. Go! Maybe Maybe someone with, like, you know, knowledge of tombs should have done that in case I broke it. Okay, well, I don't know if I can do this yet, or I need to wait. Yeah, you're gonna give Puggo £100, £2.
I need to figure out what these symbols mean before I do anything. I need to figure out what these symbols mean before I do anything.
I can't see this.
It won't budge. Must be locked.
Yeah, because I'm gonna have to open it here. Okay.
Check.
Have I?
Can't check that off yet.
Just translated that. I like to have those little steps up. Making sure I've seen everything in this tomb. See, didn't even have to negotiate. Offered £20, got 100.
Nancy, what's been going on?
I opened the sarcophagus.
You did?
Oh, I didn't expect you to be so excited. I doubt it has anything to do with the Anunnaki.
You never know. I'll have to see this room myself.
Ooh, now I can look at her handbag.
Can't open it. It's locked.
Why?
I need to open this.
How do I know how to open it? Trying to see if there's anything. How am I supposed to get in here? Guess there's a pattern. It's quite a fancy lock she's got here. Well, let's just leave it for now, I guess.
Yes?
I'd better get going.
Bye.
Can't check that off yet.
Well, hello.
I don't trust this guy whatsoever. He's an English tour guide.
What do you think of Lily?
She's definitely my type.
What do you mean?
Cute, interesting, and not interested. Just like my last girlfriend, very driven. PhD student, probably has a cramped apartment full of dehydrated plants. She's probably going to come off a little rough-edged.
Goodbye.
Come back anytime.
He is just not nice.
Hello.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
See ya.
Hey. What do we do now? What do we do now? guess we could use this to help us work out the hieroglyphs. I just want to reiterate that these are children's games, and I struggle with them so much. Me and Kona have done like 2 of them, and so hard. The last one we did was set in Iceland, and it was this like old fisherman, and Kona was convinced his accent was the same as hers, and so I called him Kona the whole time. I've got so much in my inventory, I should not work out what to do. Oh, I do have to call some people, actually, yeah. Forgot about that. Gosh, getting out of this team's hard. Go the antiquity stem. Kona. No, Kona was an old fisherman called Guna.
Hotchkiss here.
It's Nancy Drew.
Oh, Francine, dear, I'm so glad you called. I've been having the most infuriating problem with my internet.
This is Nancy Drew.
Oh, you young people are so refreshing, always in search of new identities. The problem is that I downloaded this program called Weather Monkey. At my age, it's important that I keep abreast of all meteorological developments. But now I'm starting a new book, and I can't focus on my work because the Weather Monkey keeps yelling the weather at me.
Maybe you should uninstall it?
I will do no such thing. That would be tantamount to murder.
Maybe turn it down?
Brilliant and fantastic. Oh, yes, Samantha, you are a ticket. I would love to help you, but how do I know you again?
Yeah, you should, pal.
Nancy
She'll love it.
Drew. We've met a few times.
Aha,
He
now
was, like,
I
throwing bottles at
remember you.
people.
If life were a good
She,
book, you'd be my favorite
had a sad
reoccurring
backstory of
character.
a dead wife
I'm
and
in
child.
Egypt, and I need your
Very
help.
Egypt? Well, why didn't you say that instead of chattering away about my internet problems?
I don't know how to respond to that. I read your book, and I thought maybe you could help.
You found my book while you were in Egypt. The serendipity is as delectable as Chateaubriand smothered in lavender lemon juice. I am at your disposal.
I didn't exactly find it. You sent
This
it to
woman is,
me.
like,
You even signed
wild.
it.
Oh dear, I sign and send lots of things.
Have you heard of an expedition that went off in search of Nefertari years ago?
Oh yes, the team in which everyone died, is that the one?
Yes. Do you think that story is true?
Oh heavens, yes. It's deadly out there in the desert. Think about it. You're going out there in search of dead bodies. There must be a reason.
Well, there's
There
that
is
English
danger
guy,
out there.
Dylan. We can call
But
him
this
Pal.
expedition wasn't searching for QV66.
Pal, the
right?
English tour guide.
Indeed not. That had already been discovered. They were searching for Nefertari's mummy.
What do you think happened to them?
Oh, it's best you not concern yourself about that now, given your current location.
Have you heard of Abdullah?
Yes,
Gosh, there's a lot
yes,
to
I
ask her.
have. He is December on my Men of Archaeology calendar.
You're kidding me.
Gross.
Does that exist?
It existed the second I made it. Is he there with you?
Yes. He seems full of himself.
He is. Oh, I am not an advocate of pulpy
You don't
romance
have to
novels,
do it.
but if I were, I'd call that an arc
Calling
of
this guy
all
Pow
fate.
doesn't mean that
In
you have
chapter
to
1, he
cart you
spied
off
out
to
into the
Egypt.
excavation site the picture of a rascal with his dusty leather jacket and decidedly European haircut. His cocky ne'er-do-well smirk displaying his perfectly white teeth, but by the end he'd be
I think
sweetly
you'd
holding
do a
flowers
good
and saying,
chaos tour.
Professor Hotchkiss, I'm dying to discuss your latest publication. A colleague of mine has guilted me into editing her latest romance novel, and I must confess I cannot wait until the project is completed. Reading page after page is absolutely wreaking havoc on my metaphors. Anyway, what were we talking about?
I no longer know.
Abdullah, that's what. He's a cold-blooded hotshot with
I'm
only
gonna
one
do it.
setting.
I'm gonna name him
Success.
Pow.
Oh, sorry. I've also been helping my nephew break into the movie trailer business. Oh, Hotchkiss, why must you always burn the candle at both ends? He's a good archaeologist who knows Egypt inside and out. He could teach you a thing or two, just don't pick up the attitude.
Can you help me sort out some canopic jars?
Oh, my. Oh, my, yes. Let's see. A human and 3 animals. A jackal was Duwamatef, baboon, Hapi, and Kebasenuef. They also represented the 4 cardinal points, each protecting a sacred organ. I seem to remember that Hapi was the lungs.
I hope you're learning stuff about ancient Egypt.
Have you heard of the theory that aliens built the pyramids?
Oh, that old gem. Yes, who cares?
Who cares?
Well, unless they're sending us a bill, does it matter?
With all of your work, I assume
I
you
love
at
her.
least care.
Oh, no, dear. You mustn't let those things bother you. Some of us have keen observational skills and a rigid adherence to the scientific method. And some of us have thought processes that best resemble a piñata explosion at a sugar-fueled child's birthday extravaganza. Either way, if it encourages people to witness the marvels of ancient Egypt in person, it's good work, in my opinion.
Do you believe the Anunnaki exist?
You may as well be asking me if I believe Brian
So you're
Abernathy
on Jamila's
Fulbright
side. Maybe you could
exists. I
team up
don't
with
know,
her.
And further, I could only guess.
Is that a name you just made up?
The Anunnaki.
Now, given the fact that there are 7+ billion people on Earth, it stands to reason that he may be a real person. And if we apply the Drake equation, we will find the astronomical, no wordplay intended, dear, number of habitable planets in the universe. It is possible that the Anunnaki may exist. But since the evidence is shaky at best, I am much more interested in the here and now.
Same here. You said the evidence of the Anunnaki is shaky. What evidence is there?
Some say if you look at the hieroglyphs, you'll see
I was
some of the
telling
figures
Pow
holding
and Pogo
flashlights.
about the old
Okay,
character, the old
that's
fisherman.
strange.
Well, not exactly. It's easy to see what you want to see.
Sorry,
Seeing
go
the
there.
tombs always made me feel quite simply famished. As the long days would pass, the murals would become quite simply delicious. Osiris would be holding the most wonderful caramel flans. Reeds would be chicken wings, and Cypher for twisted flax would transmogrify into warm, straight out of the oven, garlic knots right before my eyes. My point is that you can see what you want to see, and what I want to see is that takeout menu for the Spicetown Speakeasy. I may have to put you on hold, dear. Just a moment.
I'm still on.
Hotchkiss here. I'd like baguette stuffed with mushroom and sautéed asparagus, and a beef jerky salad with
That
caramel
sounds
vinaigrette.
disgusting. Oh, a baguette with mushrooms.
That can't be a real food item.
Oh,
Is that
and
still you,
asparagus.
Norma?
Nancy?
Actually feel
This is
ill.
your first day at Spicetown. I'm Hotchkiss. We'll be talking to each other quite often. Would you kindly summarize your personality for me, for efficiency's sake?
No, it's Nancy Drew. Still on the line, still in Egypt.
Oh, drat and drat. Well, perhaps I'll just be dull and prepare myself a curried waffle sandwich.
Pardon? I what? Yeah, no mushrooms. Absolutely not. So yeah, let's catch Kona up on the story, and Pow and Pogo, because I don't think anyone was here for the beginning. So basically, we were in Egypt, and we were invited by Kona. You remember that game we played where we were at the Mayan museum, and there was that creepy guy with the mustache. They invited us on this Egyptian dig for a lost queen's tomb. And then at the beginning there was a sandstorm, and the person, Professor Boyle, I think his name is, he got injured in the sandstorm, and it turned out somebody's actually attacked him. So there's a couple of people it could have been. And there's this one girl called Lily, and she's like in charge of the dig now that the professor's gone, and I think it's her personally. Put your bets in. Me and Conan got it right in the last game. I think it's Lily. She's super suspicious and ambitious, they call her. And then there's this guy called Abdullah, who's he's the real head of the dig, and he's very full of himself. And then there's this girl called Jamila, who she believes aliens did it. She believes aliens built the pyramids, whatever. Yeah, well, we'll go and see her, and you can see what I mean. Coda, she's very suspiciously put together, considering we're living out in the desert. And then there's this guy called Dylan, who is an English tour guide, and he's a bit suspicious too, but I don't know if it's just because he's a bit of a, seems like a bit of a playboy. So Nefertari, we're just going to finish this phone call with this professor, because there's some hieroglyphs here that aren't making sense, and so I think we need to decode them. I think this is going to be a hard one, Kona. Can't lie to you.
I need your help. The hieroglyphs here don't make sense.
Then you are in for a treat.
Yeah, Pow is on Team
I like
Alien.
my puzzles as tempting as the gooseberry pie from San Rios in Little Brazil, and as complex as the ginger lime sauce they lovingly smother it in. You should focus on what doesn't make sense. Look for a part of the pattern that has no earthly business being there.
Okay. What doesn't make sense? I mean, obviously you would focus on what doesn't make sense. Tell me how to read them.
What do you know about Nefertari?
A love story. Oh, break out the tissue papyrus, because when I'm done there won't be a dry Horus in the house.
What?
Look it up, dear. Ramses II and Nefertari shared a love so vast the world could scarcely contain it. I'm talking about the kind of love you spell capital L, capital O, heart instead of a V, capital E.
I would put a
They
heart
stood
instead
side
of
by
the O,
side and ruled the
personally.
world, but as they saw the years stretch out before them, they were keenly aware that a handful of decades would never cut it. They needed to be together always.
That's sweet.
And relevant. The ancient Egyptians believed that life was little more than a dress rehearsal for eternity. I found records that they concocted a plan to be together forever, side by side.
Why not be buried side by side?
They foresaw a volatile future for their kingdom, and they were correct. They knew they would have to enact safeguards. That's why in 1904, when QV-66, the so-called tomb of Nefertari, was found, her body was not there.
What are the chances we found Nefertari's tomb?
If I were a gambling Hotchkiss, I'd say 60-40.
Yeah, so people, like 60 years ago, I think they said, people tried to dig up this tomb. They're trying to find this Nefertari's tomb. She's a lost queen, and everybody in there died. It like caved in, and so everybody thinks it's cursed, and everyone's freaking out. But Nancy was the one who's found this tomb, actually, so take that, all the people that say Nancy isn't qualified to be knocking about in an ancient tomb.
I still don't get all this business with QV-66. Why build a fake tomb?
For the same reason I never carry my passport in my purse when I travel. Some things are too valuable to leave in a tempting place.
You mentioned an expedition that found QV-66, Nefertari's tomb.
It was one of the most significant finds in archaeology. They call it the Sistine Chapel of Egypt. It's where my fascination with the royalty of Egypt was born. The color alone took my breath away. We think of ancient Egypt as being a subdued sand color, but it was a riotous display with all the visual delights of a midsummer gelato shop cooler case.
And you don't think Nefertari was entombed there?
They We only found kneecaps, which supposedly means that her tomb was
Kneecaps?
robbed.
You disagree?
I do. What good is the mummy without the context? It's the placement in the tomb that makes the mummy valuable.
Oh, before I forget, Kona, Powers promised us all £100 each if he wins the lottery. And yeah, I'm trying to work out what the Pow joke is here. What is the Pow joke? Or is Pow a secret Egyptologist and knows a lot about Egypt? And it's not a Pow joke at all. And by a Pow joke, I mean something... something, it's gonna be like... a trick. Sorry, Pow. And I think Kona's thinking the same thing. This is a Pow joke that we're both not getting.
Why is Nefertari so important?
There are two queens I find most fascinating in ancient Egypt, and for exactly the same reason. They were hidden. Hatshepsut is the first.
I think I've heard of her. She was the pharaoh that was almost removed from the historical record, right?
Exactly! 20-some years of peace and stability, and after she dies, Thutmose III's ancient cronies tried to erase her from the record.
Why?
Jealousy, revenge, fear that his reign would never equal hers. You name it, but you can't keep a good woman down. Despite the efforts of Thutmose III's supporters, her legacy endured.
And Nefertari?
In my opinion, she's the opposite. She was obsessively preserved in the historical record, but it was her tomb that was hidden.
Yeah, but I think Pow will own the Hive House, and then we will get £100. And a chance to live in the Hive House. I'm going to assume rent-free, and then we can all just chill and never have to work, because this bank holiday weekend has been amazing and I never want to work ever again.
How sure are you that Nefertari's tomb was hidden?
There was something strange about QV-66. I think that might be why it is off limits to this day.
It is?
To you and me, at the very least. There is a rumor that the tomb has a clue to the true location of Nefertari's mummy.
Really?
Who knows? I'll tell you this. I didn't have time to read all of the hieroglyphs, but I noticed that the syntax was a little, shall we say, wonky?
I don't know how hieroglyph syntax could be non-wonky.
True, but it was almost as if Nefertari and Ramses II had their own language.
Oh, okay, so we're gonna have to work out they had a secret language, so we're gonna have to try and work that out.
Lily seems to be taking this curse business very seriously.
I thought you were, Lily.
The other Lily?
Hotchkiss prank! Oh, you're such a good sport, Nadine. That's a little silly of her, don't you think? Curses may only be a figment of our overactive imagination.
How are you secretly
That's what I
expert
think.
on
There are
Egyptian
more
history or
pressing
something?
things to worry about. Most Egyptologists die because the desert is inhospitable and positively crawling with diseases. Horrid molds and bacteria that have been breeding for thousands of years unchecked. And let's not forget the lack of structural integrity
I
of
just
most
googled
of
it.
the tombs.
It's from the
That's less
blooming
than
mummy
reassuring.
film.
Oh dear, everybody dies, but life isn't worth living if you don't take a few risks.
It's
Although
from the
I
mummy,
never
the
should
film The
stress that
Mummy.
Everyone dies much faster in the
Oh,
desert.
pal.
Much faster.
You had me convinced. Oh, Pal. I was like, wow, Pal knows so much. Yeah, no, I'm gonna guess this is also going to be a bad time because, as Kona can tell you, at the end of Nancy Drew games, you are chased by the person who's done the bad crime, and then you have to somehow get away. And the last one, he trapped us in an ice cave. It was that bloomin' Soren.
See ya.
Hotchkiss out.
Pow could still have the Skittle. As soon as Pow turned up, I solved a really hard puzzle, so. So, no calling Ned this game. Ned is Nancy's boyfriend and he is so sweet. But we do get to call Bess. And Bess is one of Nancy's best friends and she's super cute.
Hi, Bess.
Nancy, how goes the old mummy hunt?
Good, I think. Maybe bad.
Something happened, didn't it?
There was a sandstorm, and the professor from Kingston had to be taken to the hospital.
Nancy, be careful out there. It sounds dangerous.
I will.
George is all wrapped up in that new job of hers, but you can call me anytime you need help. Full disclosure, while I do play an Egyptologist on television, I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Hey, a lot to talk to Bess about.
We found the tomb.
Way to go!
But when I opened it, 2 strangers showed up.
Really? Aren't you in the middle of nowhere?
Yes.
Okay, so maybe they were just out for a walk. In the desert. Nope, doesn't work out. Nancy, what the craziness is happening out there?
No clue. It's like I'm the only one here who doesn't know what's really going on. I don't like that feeling.
You get used to it.
Bess.
Well, it certainly feels that way. Maybe it's time to call this one a wrap.
I can't until John's back. I just need to keep my head on straight and try to keep the site in order.
That's exactly like this one part of Revenge of the Desert Queen. So everybody...
Is this going to be an anecdote where someone dies in a cursed tomb?
No,
Okay, continue.
I lied. It was. But I'll just keep it to myself.
Everyone's convinced there's not going to be a curse because Nancy Drew games play it very close to reality and no supernatural. It's going to be somebody faking a curse.
I'm really having trouble decoding the hieroglyphs here.
Of course you are. They're hieroglyphs. Maybe it's a typo. Do you think they had typos? Like the builder meant to write dog eyeball pharaoh but accidentally wrote dog eyeball pharaoh?
I don't think that would be all that common.
Then I'm out of ideas. Unless it's a code. Look for a pattern.
I remember seeing the Mummy film when I was younger and being absolutely terrified. I remember the bit there's like scarab beetles and they get under his skin or something. And I was absolutely terrified. And also, like, the beginning scene isn't like the mummy. It's like it shows how he became a mummy by, like, he was alive and they, like, basically mummified him alive. Not for me. Not for me. Yeah, I was like 7 when I saw that. It's I watched way too many horror films when I was younger that I cannot watch them now because I've just ruined my brain for being scared, basically.
I still think Jamila is hiding something.
What's the story?
She says she's here because of the Anunnaki.
I think our connection is bad because it sounds like you said Anunnaki.
I did.
I still think it might be the phone, but continue.
They're the aliens she's into, but I can't figure out why she'd be here now.
Why don't you ask her?
I would, but there are 2 questions you'll never get a straight answer to. One is, are you lying?
And the other is, are you crazy?
I say that a lot, don't I?
You do, but to be fair, you do exceed the average person's daily allowance of interaction with crazy and or dishonest people.
You gonna watch The Mummy? Scary. I'm scared for you. Oh, the remake. You're gonna watch the remake. Either way, I'm scared for you. Do you think Jamila is the alien? Could be, could be.
Jamila seems to be convinced that aliens built the pyramids.
Cool.
She thinks that this site has some sort of significance to aliens, and they'll be returning soon.
What for?
Who knows? The whole idea makes no sense to me.
I know it's unlikely, but I think if aliens ever came to Earth, I think they'd like me.
What? Why?
Dogs love me, kids love me. I just think we'd be pretty simpatico is all.
I can't tell if Jamila's being sincere or not.
Just brush past my theory, that's fine.
I'm sure they love you.
That's all I wanted to hear. Go with your instinct, Nancy. You're so good at noticing what people really mean when they speak. Maybe she's saying a little more than she intends to.
What do you think if they were aliens, would they like you? Yeah, Bess is the best. I do miss Ned though. I'm a Ned supporter.
I don't know what to make of this tour guide who appeared out of nowhere.
Is he cute?
Define cute.
Why is this never any fun with you? I have no girly friends.
Fine, yes, he's moderately cute. And he has an accent.
Now we're talking. Anyway, you've decided that this cute tour guide with an accent is a problem for some reason?
His story isn't adding up. If he's a tour guide, why would he show up at a site that might take years to open up to the public?
Maybe he's some sort of avant-garde tour guide. You know, way ahead of his time, like that jazz musician you made us see who only played awful notes.
I'm still sorry about that.
Ow.
In my defense, it was for a case.
And in his defense, there's nothing. Long-distance burn, jazz guy.
I would tell them all our weak points. I'd be like, look, we are squishy and very easy to kill.
Lily seems very uptight.
Do you think she's hiding something?
No doubt about it. I just don't know if it's relevant.
Strange behavior is rarely irrelevant, especially in a group that isolated.
Good point.
Bye-bye.
See ya!
Hey, last phone call. At least it's not puzzle after puzzle like the last one, Coda. Oh.
Hi, Nancy.
A tour guide just appeared out of nowhere.
Really?
Yeah, really. He showed up when we found the tomb.
You're 100 kilometers outside of Cairo. That's too far afield to have a wacky next-door neighbor.
Huh?
Sorry. I'm not used to watching this much television. It's doing strange things to my brain. Whatever he says, he didn't just drop in. He must be up to something.
Yeah, but how do you know you'll be the first one to get to them? Maybe somebody else already sold everybody out better than you, and then they're just laughing at you. The aliens are just like, no respect.
I tried to translate some of the hieroglyphs, but they were complete gibberish.
The whole wall, or just a portion?
Just a portion, I think.
Good. Isolate that part that doesn't translate. Look for a key.
What sort of key?
It could be anything. Take a good look. If something sticks out, see if you can find the same pattern elsewhere. I'm gonna have to use my brain. That wasn't part of the deal, game.
Abdullah seems confused by the hieroglyphs in the tomb.
Really?
You sound surprised.
Astonished, dumbfounded, with a twist of smug thrown in to soothe my ego.
So, if he's confused...
Then it is confusing. He's one of the brightest minds in the field. If he's stumped, something unique is going on here.
This is the guy who invited us and he got whacked over the head.
Lily seemed upset about me doing any work here.
Show me a PhD student who
Pal.
isn't upset about something, and I'll build you your very own pyramid.
Why would she want to keep me away from your work?
I have no clue. If she wants to play at being in charge, let her. It'll save you a lot of headaches.
Or you could tell them stuff like, oh, humans are really weak to chocolate. Oh, humans are really weak to feathers. And you can tell them like, oh yeah, guns, they're harmless. Like if you see a person with a gun, don't worry about it. Oh, those tanks over there, they're like big dogs.
What do you know about Lily?
Not much. She's with Abdullah's team. It's just strange that she's out there.
Why?
I never say a critical word about a student, but the archaeology community is small, people talk. I guess all I'm going to say is it's surprising Abdullah put her on his team.
You can't just leave it at that. The curiosity center of my brain is going to go into full meltdown.
I can't, Nancy. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to talk about it.
Oh, so Puggo, you're gonna play like a double agent. Yeah, I haven't had an Easter egg this year because I'm just... Yeah, my stomach's just not agreeing with chocolate at the moment. I have to have dark chocolate. And it's too much to have a lot of, so... Sad. Sad.
Are you familiar with the Anunnaki?
Oh, please, not you too.
No, Jamila. She's got a lot to say on the topic.
Good. I'm not saying there isn't alien life, but why insist that aliens built the pyramids? Humans have made a mess of so many things. Just let us keep that check mark in the victory column.
So far, only Jamila and Pal for Team Alien. Oh, so you would just double-cross whoever looked like they were losing.
What do you know about Abdullah?
He's almost as brilliant as he thinks he is.
He seems a little full of himself.
A little. With that amount of swagger, you'd think he invented sand.
Do you think he's behind your attack?
I don't think so. This isn't the first time we've butted heads. I'd think that if he were to attack me, he wouldn't sneak up from behind.
How's the recovery coming?
Good. I am at the point where watching television is tedious again, so that's a good sign. TV is very frustrating for the solution-oriented personality.
I don't think I've heard that before.
It's true. I find myself yelling, "Test your hypothesis before acting on it," at all of the sitcoms. Truthfully, I'm still feeling a little woozy. As soon as I can stand without feeling dizzy, I am on my way back to the site. Even if I have to sneak
Yeah, and you
out
haven't
of
met
here.
everyone yet, Kona. We'll go and show you everyone.
I'll catch you later.
Bye.
Okay, so here's Dylan, the English tour guide.
Hello.
He reminds me of Soren. A bit. And it's really suspicious why he's here. He's only a tour guide and this is like a closed dig site.
Do you really think this is Nefertari's tomb?
It better be. Otherwise, I'm very lost.
What does that mean?
She's why I'm here. As a tour guide, I love the sites that tell a story.
Yeah, Pal.
And Ramses
Secretly,
I
this
and
is Pal,
Nefertari
but
have
Pal
the
said he
making
doesn't
of
want to be a tour
classic
guide.
love story, if we can find
This
her
is
here.
Pal.
You mean Ramses the Second, right?
But if
I
the
do?
other characters
I mean,
call
yes,
him Dylan.
I do, of course.
This is who they're
Strange
referring
life
to.
being a king. You get everything but your own name.
What brought you to this site?
This might be the next it spot. If it is, I want to have the first tour up and running.
Isn't that a little premature? Tour groups might not even be allowed out here.
Well, then I took a trip to the place I've always wanted to see. No loss.
You seem very casual about everything.
There's nothing wrong with that, is there?
It makes me think you might be hiding something.
Yeah, that's
If I'm
it,
hiding
Nancy.
something, then I'm doing such a good job, even I don't notice.
I know you didn't just come here to get a tan. I'll let you go.
I'll be seeing you.
But he wasn't here at the beginning. Still doesn't mean it wasn't him. This is Lily.
Hi, Nancy.
We've been in the desert for weeks. Look how well put together she looks. What's her necklace? I'm suspicious of it.
Do you think this really is Nefertari's tomb?
I really hope so.
Why isn't she in the tomb in the Valley of the Queens?
There could be a lot of reasons. The worst case is grave robbers, but we really don't think that's the case.
Why not?
Because her valuables were found, but her body wasn't. Doesn't make sense. We think she was hidden. Ramses II was known to be very protective, and he was very concerned about the afterlife. It's possible Ramses built a false tomb to make sure she'd be undisturbed. There are many stories of his love for her, but we don't know how true they are.
If he went through so much trouble, don't you feel strange about disturbing her tomb?
No. Someone will do it eventually. If we get there first, she'll be treated with respect, and she'll truly get to live on forever. If someone else finds her, she'll go to the highest bidder.
If you're so interested in Nefertari, why aren't you below?
Promise you won't make fun of me?
Sure.
I'm a woman of science, okay? But the curse thing rattled me. I need to do research now anyway. I'd prefer to do it where nothing will fall on me, and maybe get a little FaceTime with a certain British someone.
I think my bets are on her. I don't think it's Pow. I don't get good vibes from him though. I don't get good vibes from Pow. I think it's her.
Goodbye.
See ya!
And then, who else it could be? We're going into the tomb now. Oh my gosh. Him, Abdullah, he's
Yes?
like the head archaeologist. He's very full of himself. He hates Jamila. He's trying to get rid of her.
Bye.
See you later.
And because Jamila is... oh gosh. Try and find her. Here
Hi.
she is. She believes in aliens. Her and Pow are a duo. Not the in-game Pow. Gosh, it's going to be so confusing. Real life Pow believes in Jamila. In-game Pow does not. We need to find a way to break into her handbag. Yeah, this is Pow's real life Pow's alien friend. So I'm gonna try and get rid of her and have a go on her handbag again. It's got like a lock on
I
it.
saw some really strange hieroglyphs in one of the tunnels you might want to see.
You did?
Okay, so I need to press them, but I don't really know how to get an order or anything. Puzzle time. The music's good in this game, but not as good as the last game. It was like sea shanties. I'm trying to see if there's like anything I have that can help me figure out her plot. Yeah, the last game was amazing. Yeah, I wondered if they would stay down, but they're just not staying down, and then I was hoping This is why I have to stream these games, because I would not be able to do them by myself. Children's game, children's game. This is what I repeat. This is a game for children. Ah. Ooh, another tile.
I bet I could translate that.
Oh, that's the thing on her. That's on her, and it's about the. How is this a clue to her bag? Tickets are $32, no refunds. Ticket may burn upon re-entry. Judged is he by the ancestors of Ra. Ra is the sun god. Ooh. Amulets were an indispensable part of ancient Egyptian life, worn by both the living and the dead to provide the wearer with special powers and protections. Yes, please do. We have to use our brains. We chat nonsense and use our brains. A wide variety of different shapes, materials and colours was available, from a golden fly for military achievements to a fish for good luck. Funerary amulets played a particularly important role in burying the dead. The deceased's journey to the underworld and afterlife was believed to be aided by placing their various amulets between the layers of their linen wrappings. One of the most commonly used amulets was in the shape of a scarab. As the sacred animal of the god Tepri, the scarab embodied his same powers, most notably rebirth. Other amulets in the animal form of a god or goddess also imbued similar powers as their full human or animal-headed human counterparts. I've got to read this out loud because if I don't read it out loud, I will not pay attention. Regular animals not attached to a godhead held their own powers based on their behaviour in the natural world. A hare, given its ability to survive in the unforgiving desert, symbolised regeneration. Regenerative powers were also attached to the animals like the hippopotamus that lived in the renewing waters of the Nile, the lizard with its ability to regrow a lost tail, and the baby frogs that would magically appear after a flood. Oh, here it is again. Is this? So, okay, I'm guessing there's going to be like an order and we have to pick that out. Funerary amulets offered even more choices, depictions of the sons of Horus, the animals Hapi, Uamatoth, oh, I'm not saying that, and the human Imsiti gave protection over the embalmed organs on both Nothic jars and amulets. Food offerings in the form of trussed and tied animals and birds provided meals for the deceased in the afterlife. Headsets and depictions of clothing allowed the deceased to bring their possessions with them. Okay, so I'm guessing this is this Wedjat. According to myth, the Eye of Horus represents the eye Horus lost in battle to Seth. Thoth later magically restored Horus's eye, who in turn offered the restored eye to his dead father, Osiris. Osiris ate the eye and returned to life. The Eye of Horus then became a symbol of health and life. It was also used as a measuring system. The ancient Egyptians assigned a mathematical fraction, a sense of to each section of the eye. Okay, so she had. It was there like. So this is a clue. Or is it these numbers? 16, 8, 4, 32? Getting up my pen and paper out here. Yeah, exactly, Kona. Get that notepad out. And then... Oh, okay. So I'm guessing it's the cert. So 16 is first. So I'm guessing it's the one, this one, hearing. Eight, thought. 1 out of 4, sight. 32. Okay, let's. Yes! I did it! We did it, guys! We smoked! We smoked! Let's get rid of 2 LRAM.
Hello.
Like, stop getting rid of me.
I think I found a new area of the tomb near the main entrance.
You did?
Smashing it. So, oh gosh, I drew these, but I did not draw them well enough. Oh no. Oh no! I did not draw. There we go. In her bag. Let's take a nosy.
Why would an alien expert need an archaeology textbook?
Does she not really believe it? Secrets remain successfully hidden. No suspicions? Yeah. The group been here before? How? I think she might be a fake alien, believe her. New site holds promise, clearly belongs to a queen. Maybe her daughters are present as well. Lines of ancestry must be tracked. I don't think she believes in aliens. I think she's a fake! I think she's using that alien thing to get close to the dig. I think she's after treasure or something. Daughters of Nefertari. Those ones are darker. Yeah, Pal, I think you're the only true believer. Shoot her. I can't shoot her, unfortunately. But maybe it's her and we get to have her arrested. No better proof can be found for extraterrestrial life than the pyramids on the Giza Plateau. To stand on the base of these monumental structures is to be convinced that the Anunnaki helped construct the Great Pyramids of Egypt. Archaeologists who state that the pyramids were built using copper tools and a workforce of 20,000 over only a few decades have been unable to substantiate their claims. Clearly, this is because man did not build the pyramids. There is much evidence to prove a more advanced race was behind their creation. Gosh, I hope some random people don't join the stream and hear me talking about aliens. Anyway. Consider the following facts. The Great Pyramid is aligned with 1/10 of a degree to the North Pole. The stones are cut so precisely that a razor blade cannot fit between them. The positioning of the 3 main pyramids aligns with the 3 stars in the constellation Orion's Belt. How could a quasi-Stone Age culture have built the pyramids when it lacked the advanced mathematics, tools, and astrological knowledge needed to complete the feat? The answer is simple. They couldn't. It was the Anunnaki who provided the ancient Egyptians with this knowledge. Yeah, but like, the Library of Alexandria was burnt down and we lost so much of this knowledge. What should have been in there? They could be telling us. Even more telling is the utter lack of documentation. For a society, again, library burnt down, for a society that kept highly detailed records of both major events and daily life throughout its 3,000-year history, no mention of the pyramid's construction has been found. There is also no definitive proof that the pyramids ever acted as or were intended to act as burial chambers. Okay. The true purpose of the pyramids is to act as a landing markers for the Anunnaki's return, as well as being markers. Early tests indicated the granite slabs above the King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid were capable of emanating an electric field. This field could act as a transmitter or receiver for signals from space. For all the hard evidence, it is clear Egypt could soon see the return of beings who gave them the pyramids. I'm not convinced. I obviously can't prove it wasn't, but like I said earlier, it's the fact that it's like, duh, the only answer is aliens. No. I'll just say that. You have to be like, it's a possibility it was aliens.
I wonder what these mean.
Okay, I think that's everything looked at.
Did that.
Woo!
Can't check that off yet. Did that.
We need to snoop. We do more snooping. I mean, we actually just took something as well, so we've gone beyond snooping at this point. I think this is something to do with that, maybe?
I need to figure out what these symbols mean before I do anything.
Will my dictionary work on this? No. No, it will not. Right, I'm gonna take a picture. Yes, pal, you're right, I'm sorry. You're so right. Right, so there's a couple of like puzzles like this around, so I might try and have a go. Ooh. Here's another one.
My dictionary could help translate that.
Yeah. And the coming forth of my soul to walk about every place is it pleaseth. Fair enough. Here's one. Okay, I thought if we looked at all of them it would tell us. Sad. Yoink. I was hoping like that we would know different letters from each one and then we would be able to form it together, but no, I've got absolutely no clue. Where is that note? I'll have a look at it again. Yeah, I'm not really sure like the amount. Culture.
Yes?
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Suspects. Maybe, or maybe we can talk to her about why she's got this stuff.
Nancy, hi.
Are you interested in archaeology?
No.
Then why do you have an archaeology textbook?
You looked in my bag?
Well,
Maybe.
I couldn't help but see.
I am not angry. The Anunnaki value curiosity. You will not understand what you find, anyway.
You didn't answer my question.
Why should I bother if you're so good at sneaking around?
Oh. Please tell me. I'm not good at sneaking around. This children's game is too hard for me.
Why do you have so many cameras?
These are momentous times. When the Anunnaki return, I'll be here to document it. I wonder if they show up on film.
I'll catch you later.
Until later.
Yep, she is a bit sassy, but to be fair, we did break into her locked bag. So, you know. I think I need to go. There was like a puzzle on a wall thing. Maybe I can do that. These games do not help you at all. Either. Like, as well, the first one came out in the 90s. So imagine playing this game in the 90s and just having no clue what to do.
It looks like something is missing.
What is missing?
It looks like something is missing. It looks like something is missing.
This cat?
It looks like something is missing.
Hey, I get it, Nancy. My goodness. It's a bit creepy, can't lie. I feel like
I bet I could translate that.
I already did. I don't think I said anything interesting. Yeah, we use slow computers, no internet, like readily available. Like, how on earth did anybody actually play these games?
It looks like the red scarab is missing.
Find and replace the scarab. Okay. Just trying to see if there's anything else on the walls for me to do. I found something over here, but I don't know if there's going to be anything else. I don't know what this shovel's for. I got that from there, I think. I need more of these plates, and I don't know what to do with these. Very confusing. I'm very confused now. Tunnel 3 is the one with the tube. I feel like there's definitely something I need to do in the corridor. That. How? Will your Egyptian knowledge help? Oh. Was there? I thought that. I didn't think this way. This way. Yeah. Oh, that. Yay! Pao is a genius, everybody. Pao uses his eyes. Where's the? Already done that one. Where's? Now I can't remember what the puzzle is.
Maybe the color has something to do with the solution.
Oh, okay. So I need to get. Yeah, okay. I get these puzzles. I don't know where to slide this one now. This make it or break it. Okay, we'll just try something. That's right. I wonder what this is. This better give it something good. Okay, okay. Now I need to figure this out. Very hesitant. I just don't want to mess it up because I feel like I've got two and it's good. You can start over, but I'll never be able to do that again. Any ideas where to go from here, or have I just completely messed it up, do you think? No, I don't like that at all. That would be so close. I'm going with it. I'm going with it. Darn it, I think if I put that down, I could do this, but no, I can't get this one back. Okay, that's no ideas from this school. It's okay, I'm just playing around and it's a lot easier if you can just guess. to do this one right up. Yeah. So smart, pal. Oh. How you smashed it. But it's just when you complete one puzzle and then it reveals another puzzle behind, it's just, oh.
I should look around for a clue to solve this.
I need to. I'm guessing it's these discs. Yeah, but I need to know which order to put them in. Pal does have the skittle off. Pal, I'm so glad you're here. You're never allowed to not be here again. Hey, if we just.
I should look around for a clue to solve this.
You won't even let me guess.
I should look around for a clue to solve this.
I'm guessing it's going to be this. No, now you have no idea. Yeah, I don't know how we're meant to solve these. Okay. Oh, look. His notes. See if there's... Darn, it's cut off. Yeah, I would do that, but I think the odds of me doing that, well, streaming Nancy Drew games is quite low. Yeah, so we do have a dictionary. It's like meant to be that Nefertari and Ramses created their own language, and that's why the hieroglyphs aren't making sense. So I might do a cheeky little cheat and look it up, to be honest, because I don't know how to do this. Just, if I could whistle, I would. Don't mind me. I'm not using a guide. I don't know how to even get the answer. If I knew how to get the answer, I would, but I don't. I haven't got all day. A rabbit. Where is the old rabbit? I think an A then.
Looks like I need to find out who the 4 sons of Horus were. Haven't done that.
I am going to call that professor and ask her who the 4 sons of Horus are, because I'm sure she was telling me something similar about them before. Yeah, I like these games, but I just don't have patience when I don't know how. I don't know what would give us that answer. And yeah. I like those ones like the Scarab puzzle where you just kind of like keep trying until you can do it.
Hello?
Oh, I thought for sure she would tell me who they were.
I'll catch you later.
Bye, dear.
Tell me who they are.
Hi, Nancy.
Jamila claims that she's here for the aliens, but she has an archaeology book with her, and she appears to be pretty interested in the site.
Could be a coincidence. Or she could be lying to you about why she's there.
I wish there was a
Think
way to
she's
find out for
lying.
sure which it is.
Same here. The best bet is to keep a close eye on her. Frankly, if she's not an alien believer, I want her at the site even less.
Why's that?
If she's lying about why she's there, that's
Yeah.
trouble.
You'd be
Goodbye.
like, oh wait.
Bye.
Especially if you keep doing it.
Hi, Nancy.
Yep, better get going. Bye.
I'd better get going.
Bye.
Okay. 4 sons of Horus. How do I find that out?
I've got something for you.
Oh,
What's
no.
that?
Proof that space girl is Batty. I saw her creeping around and she dropped this. Here.
It looks like some sort of code.
Each must be 5 or more, 4 or less won't reveal. 16 beginnings to find a portal.
Ooh, you're generous. I call it the maniacal screed of a madman. Or is it mad woman? Why is madness gender specific to men?
Yeah, you tell me.
I like you. Let's shake the dust off this small-time tomb off our boots and see the world together.
Can I
No.
keep this?
Yes, but you have to promise me that if it starts making sense, you'll call a psychologist immediately and schedule yourself in for a full workover. You would have had fun seeing the world with me. Admit it.
Oh, gross. We've got a Ned. Yeah, I don't know if that is the way we were supposed to find the answer, Hal. By trial and error, but that's not for me. That is not for me. That's not the way I like to do it. Yeah, like I said, I like those ones like that Scarab puzzle where it's a game. Also, yeah, I'm like 3 hours into the game. I ain't got time for this.
Where exactly did you come from?
What do you mean?
We're in the middle of nowhere. You couldn't have just walked here.
Oh, I caught a ride with some traders, if you must know. Nasty customers, but they knew the way.
This site is new. How did they just know the way? It's not on any map.
I don't know. They just did, I guess.
What can you tell me about these guys? What did they look like? What language did they speak?
Nancy, I'm starting to think it might not be so smart to talk about this. For you or for me. Drop it. Don't bring it up again.
Oh. Or what, pal? What are you gonna do? Fisticuffs? Gosh, I just slammed my mouse in anger. Darn, threatened Nancy.
See ya.
Come back anytime.
Four Sons of Horus. We need to find out who they are. She did not, pal. Slander. Nancy slander.
Hi, Nancy.
I'll catch you later.
See ya.
Check. That's done. Haven't done that. Still have to do that. That's done.
Ooh, okay, we've got some things ticked off. Nancy slander will not have it. How do I find out who the Four Sons of Horus were? I'm sure Ansom's on the phone.
I think these letters will create words below.
Ooh, okay. Oh no, not another puzzle I don't know how to do. Yep, now you've yelled at Nancy, you'll go and have a break. I might also just go and nip and get some food real quick. Solving puzzles is hungry work. Vegan, gluten-free brownie. We just lean back from the mic. Tony, you better solve this puzzle.
Can't check that off yet.
I'm kidding. I have no idea. I'm literally eating and staring at this like I don't really understand. I'm just gonna open this free from gluten, wheat and milk chocolate bar. Which I almost just dropped on the floor. I think I'm gonna back out and come back to you later. I was looking for the Sons of Horus. Okay, so here it mentions them here.
Haven't done that.
Happy and in city. Children's game, children's game. If I could have emotes, that's what an emote would be. We know Imp City is the human. We'll write this down. I feel like this game is way harder than the last one as well. I feel like I didn't use a cheat until the end of the game. Yeah, exactly. I was like, I could probably work this out, but I don't want to. We need to figure this out, pal. I figured out one of the four sons of Horus. But I don't know about the other three. We need to do this puzzle, I think. I don't think we can move on until we've done this. Oh no, not now. No dad jokes. This is serious. Oh, I'm joking. Oh wow, I just had 61 frames per second for a game that came out long before that was even available. Okay, but is it like... So if you can click here and you select a letter, but I don't really... I don't know what it would be. Maybe like Is the last letter and the first letter got to overlap? What? Oh, okay. Simple. Amulet. I'm guessing this is gonna be a word too. No. Yeah. Well, I have to spot what the word is. Oh, birds. Yeah, good spot. Good spot for go. Yeah, I think I'm so stuck on the second one. I should just move on and see if we can do the other ones. Gosh, these are hard. Mummy. Mummy? Mummy? Mummy. Yep. Wait, it does indeed. Embalm? So they're all mummy. They're all Egyptian related, if that helps. Scarab? Calm it, Kona. Treasure? This is cheating. These are words, offer and petal. Some of these are hard. I'm looking at the letters we've got left to see if there's any clues. Yes, Kona! Smashed it! Oh gosh, please tell me that's saved. Oh, thank goodness. Kona, you are the cheerleader of the team, of the stream. Go Kona, it's your birthday. Oh. Ariel. Okay. Pharaoh. Okay, I'm just gonna take a picture just because I'm gonna try. Could this be lines? I don't. Oh no, that one, not that one. I don't. It doesn't seem like the same as the rest, but I'm just so I've linen. Yes, smashed it, pal. Saved me from a horrible mistake. Oh no, not that one. Apron? Apron? To take out the... I'm thinking, is it just offers? Import and offers? I don't know. Organ. Ah, yeah. It's been tricked. How is the real MVP of this puzzle? Oh, yeah. I'm just gonna... No? I don't know if it's going to say anything. I don't know if it's going to confirm. Sometimes Nancy will be like, that's it! And you know, I have no idea. I don't think that's right. That's one of the ones I guessed, I think. I think that's offers. Yeah, I don't get it either. I feel like these are words that oh, what's this? I think these are words that are maybe a bit more specialised. I think I put T there before.
That's not it. Wait,
No?
maybe if I look at the first letter of each word and see if that says anything. Let's see what this spells out.
Oh, this has got to be cat at the top, right? Tombs, got the tomb. Opens? I don't know what those words are. But I just guess I was just putting the letters in. I don't know what this one is. Cat. Blue. Blue.
I need to figure out what this means.
Coda. Why? Why? Why would you use your talents for such filthiness? Cat opens tomb.
Blue cat opens tomb. I should look around for something like that.
Well, we did it, guys. Well, pow. And with support from me and Kona.
Hello.
See ya.
Come back anytime.
For a blue cat. Okay. Let's look around, I guess. Blue cat, blue cat, blue cat, blue cat. Ooh. Would you think it's going to be by...
It's a blue
here.
cat, just like in Jamila's notes. I need to clear this stuff away from it. Almost clear. All clear. It looks like something is supposed to be placed
this
here.
amulet I put together. Smashed it.
I've got this. Can't let you go first. You never know what dangers lie beyond.
He's gonna get trapped.
Blast! It's absolutely black as pitch in here. Pass me a torch, would you? Never mind. I've got something here.
Yep.
Ah!
Are you
Well,
okay?
Could you just shift it a bit so you can get the pressure off?
oh
If I can
gosh.
remove some of the pressure, I may be able to buy you some time.
Yes! If you keep doing things like that, I won't die!
If I can remove 5 more of these rocks, you should be okay.
I've no
Yeah!
idea.
Oh, that's it. That's better.
Oh god.
Yes! Yes, that's... No! Not like that! Not like that! That's,
Oh no, I
that's
killed
wrong.
him. I killed Bao.
Oh!
The most famous curse of all time struck Howard Carter's ill-fated team. Let's talk about this. Tutankhamun. 8 members of the Carter expedition mysteriously died in the years following the opening of KB-62. Yeah. I knew that. It was malaria. Yes, I do want to try again.
Yes! If you keep doing things like that, I won't die!
If I can remove 5 more of these rocks, you should be okay.
I killed Bao.
Yes! Yes, that's it! That's better! No, not like that! Not like that!
Oh, no, no.
That's wrong!
That's wrong.
Ah! Oh!
Well, I think that first one's right. Maybe.
Yes! If you keep doing things like that, I won't die!
If I can remove 5 more of these rocks, you should be okay.
This is hard. I can't really...
No, not like that! Not like that! That's wrong! Ah! Oh!
Well, things are going horribly wrong for Pao. Watching Pao die over and over again. I'm gonna try and keep it relatively even.
Yes! If you keep doing things like that, I won't die!
If I can remove 5 more of these rocks, you should be okay.
Yes! Yes, that's it! That's better!
Oh, I don't like this at all. It's like Jenga.
Yeah! Oh, that's it! That's better!
Where now? Where now? Where now? I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know. This is like very tense Jenga. Maybe.
Yeah. Oh, that's it. That's better.
I've taken 5 off. Do I have to keep going? Or have I just taken the wrong 5? Is it only count when he says that's better? I don't know where to go now. I don't think I can take any more. Oh, 1 plus 5 more. Oh, Kona, you smart. Where else do I take them? Where do I take from now? Here?
No, not like that. Not like that. That's wrong. Ah! Oh!
The most tense game of Jenga to ever exist. Sorry, there's a bit of delay with chat and stream, so...
Yes! If you keep doing things like that, I won't die!
If I can remove 5 more of these rocks, you should be okay.
Ah! Yes! Yes! Yes, that's... No! Not like that! Not like that! That's wrong!
Wrong last minute.
Ah! Oh!
I like this puzzle though. I wish it would be a little quicker to have me start again.
Yes! If you keep doing things like that, I won't die!
If I can remove 5 more of these rocks, you should be okay.
Yes! Yes, that's it! That's better!
I think I've just completely screwed myself over. I don't think I can take anything else.
Yeah! Oh, that's it! That's better!
I'm very stuck on this.
No! Not like that! Not like that! That's wrong! Ah! Oh!
It might be bad. Oh, yeah. The delay is making it hard. I don't know if this is time. Some of the puzzles are time sensitive. I don't know if this is one.
Yes! If you keep doing things like that, I won't die!
If I can remove 5 more of these rocks, you should be okay.
Ah! Yes!
I don't think I can take this side
Yeah!
now.
Oh, that's it! That's
I
better!
definitely can't take that one. No. It would all topple. One more. This is the furthest we've got. My hands are sweaty. This is the furthest we've got since that one time we got 5. Any ideas, Al? I'll wait. Which one shall it be? I'm thinking this one. But I am... no, because that was 4. No.
No, not like that! Not like that! That's wrong! Ah! No! Yes! If you keep doing things like that, I won't die!
If I can remove 5 more of these rocks, you should be okay.
Yeah! Oh, that's it! That's better!
Yeah. Hit hard, hit hard. And now, because it's kind of like a mirror image, I guess we take the same one, but which one? No.
That should
Yeah.
hold.
Oh.
Stay still. I'm going to find you some help.
It's okay! Everything's fine!
It does not
Ow!
look like it's going
Never
to
mind.
hold.
Everything's a problem! Call the hospital!
It took the rescue team a while to get through the collapse, but they finally got Dylan out. He looked pretty bad. I hope he's going to
better
be
him than
okay.
us.
I'm sure he will be, and there's nothing you can do about it.
I know, but that doesn't make me feel any better.
Nancy, you don't need to stay. I can make some calls to Kingston. We can get you out of there if you're worried.
No, I'm fine.
Think it over. I'm the one who should be
You're
there.
in hospital
and I'm
now,
not.
it's fine now.
And as much as I care about keeping this
Better
site
Bow
safe,
than me, Kona
it's
and
not
Pogo.
worth putting you in danger.
I'll be fine, I promise.
Okay. If you change your mind, call me immediately.
I mean, it doesn't seem weird. I'm eating chocolate. It doesn't seem weird that there was a cave in, considering it's old, but I don't know, is it meant to be suspicious?
Would it be possible to trigger a cave-in, like the one that injured Dylan?
Yes, easily. I wouldn't recommend it. Too much of that, and you'll bring down the whole tomb. Why do you ask?
I got to
Oh yeah,
thinking.
the spider kept biting
I was
us.
on my way into that tomb first. Dylan pushed me out of the way at the last second. What if the collapse was intentional and I was the target?
It's possible.
I mean, that doesn't even discount that Dylan's the one that caused it. He might have been trying to get us to not be suspicious of it. And Pow caused it.
Dylan mentioned that he was dropped off by a group of strange men who seemed to know their way to the site.
The only people who know how to get to the site are you and me. And whoever Abdullah, Lily,
Well, surely
and
people
Jamila
took you
have
there
told.
with supplies. You didn't get that tent and that water jug there yourself.
I'd better get going.
Catch you later.
Nancy, have you heard about Dylan?
Not yet.
I hope he's okay. Can you see if you can find out how he's doing for me?
Do you know what caused the cave-in that got Dylan?
The curse!
No, I mean what really caused it.
Call it what you want. This is the Carter expedition all over
They all
again.
got malaria.
You know what happened to them?
A series of unrelated accidents resulting from subpar medical practices?
No. When the expedition ended, they started to drop like cursed flies. Madness, diseases, strange accidents. The worst part of this curse is that I don't know if we'll ever really be in the clear.
I don't know, mate. I think she's suspicious because I think she's using, oh, I'm afraid of curses as an excuse not to go in because she knows that something's going to happen.
Are you okay? You seem pretty worried.
I had a dream. Nefertari was in my dream.
Sounds spooky.
It was.
What happened?
She told me that it was too late.
Too late? For what?
Too late for us to leave. My phone doesn't work. All I want is to call my family, and my stupid phone doesn't work.
Oh, we're going to be fine.
No, we're not. Leave me alone, okay?
Yeah, she's a bit suspicious, isn't she, Kona? Alright, let's get. I'm assuming this is going to get rid of her. We can
Abdullah
snoop.
needs you.
Thanks. I'll be right back. And do not touch a thing.
Oh, I am going to touch a thing. Yeah, he died from a. So this is the one they keep saying, referencing. Tutankhamun. He got malaria from a mosquito bite. His canary was killed by a cobra.
What a strange
Ooh.
lock. There has to be something around to help me figure this out.
Is it on her glasses? That light. There's like one missing. I don't know. I might go and snoop in Abdul's. Navigation, please. Here we go. It's got a lock on
Need
it.
a key.
Wait, was that like? No, I was like wondering if I could take that duct tape. Okay. Oh. I'm confused. So something. They could all be bad. I think. I'm not sure if that's been done before on Nancy Drew, but they could all be bad, yeah. I'm very confused. Oh, what's this? Oh, here, an instruction manual. One, state-of-the-art lights lock technology. Place the number. Oh, it's impossible without this transparency overlay. Where is this overlay? So we need to find something. We need to. I don't get this puzzle, but I like it. Yeah, I'm intrigued. I just hope it's easy. Or like, you know, where to find this transparency thing is. So we've got to find the unique light pattern of your lock makes finding the correct solution possible without the numbers transparency overlay. I hope that we find that. Hopefully. I hope. Sometimes in these games, you'll get this puzzle and then you won't be able to solve it for like 3 hours and you have no idea. I'm just not for that. There's something about her glasses. It keeps. It's like nothing to select. So I didn't get if she's hidden it somewhere. In the tent. How is this magnifying glass here lead me to the trunk? Really? Okay, I'm gonna assume maybe we can't open that for now. I was hoping that it would be in here. So it's just teasing us, giving us a little tease. It's cool, Dylan, I guess.
Oh.
Dylan?
Stop
Is
being a
that
wimp,
you?
pal.
Are you okay?
No.
I'm sorry. I hope you're not too badly hurt.
I'm in traction. That's pretty bad, by the way.
I can imagine.
Traction is bad. Just a little FYI. Courtesy of me.
You sound a bit scrambled.
A truckload of rocks will do that. Amazing fact. Courtesy of Dylan.
Should I let you sleep?
No. They think I'll die if I fall asleep. So I can't do that yet. I'll be fine though. Unless I fall asleep in the next 8
All
hours.
drugged up and
If that
tired.
happens, all the way dead.
Oh, well, don't do that.
It is impressive how much your body dislikes having a few tons of stone dropped on top of it. Listen, it's very fortunate that I called you.
Actually, I called you.
No, I don't think so. Maybe your phone is backwards.
Spill,
Listen,
pal,
I need to
spill.
tell you something very important.
Okay.
When I was lying there under all that stone, I heard a voice. A woman's voice.
What was it saying?
Something in an old language I've never heard before. Something ancient and creepy. That tomb is cursed. I'm sure of it.
Are
No,
you
it
sure it
was
wasn't
Lily.
just something you imagined?
I know
was
I'm all
Lily, I
turned
bet.
around, but I know what I heard. Even if they would let me sleep, I couldn't. Every time I close my eyes, I hear it. You need to leave.
I need you to try to remember. Is there anything else at the site that seemed strange?
I don't know if my memory could be trusted right now, but I do remember something strange about Jamila and that weird bag of hers.
Strange? How?
1 second, it would be empty, and then she'd reach down into it and pull something out. It was like a really bad magic trick.
She got like a false bag, or like there's a false bottom to the bag.
Bye-bye.
Later.
What happened here? Where's all of the water?
Somebody's trying to kill us. They've got rid of all the
Who would be
water.
crazy enough to do this on purpose?
I am shocked and appalled. Wasting this much water in the desert. Yeah, the fake alien lady, she doesn't even believe. I'm telling you. Search Jamila's bag again. Oh my god. We spoke
Check.
to Dylan.
Check. Check. That's done. That's done. That's done.
So we kill it. Sadly, I don't think that's going to be an option, but we may get her arrested.
Yes?
I translated the hieroglyphs.
Beginner's luck.
Also known as the internet.
See ya.
Goodbye.
Hi, Nancy.
The water tank was destroyed using the discs from your bag.
If the discs were used, it wasn't me who used them. Maybe it was the Anunnaki.
I don't think it was the Anunnaki, Jamila.
Everyone here seems to be hiding something.
Like
Yeah,
your
maybe
boy
the aliens will
Dylan.
do it.
Why do you think he was here?
This is an exciting sight. Who
Why does
wouldn't
everyone
want to
keep
be
saying
here?
our boy Dylan?
Please. The same could be said of anywhere. Dylan has been lying to you.
I'm usually pretty good at knowing when someone is telling the truth.
I thought the same thing, but I was wrong too. Dylan knew that Abdullah was an active member of the antiquities black market. He wanted in.
That doesn't make sense.
It does. The reason you couldn't tell he was lying is because he just wasn't telling you the whole truth. He did come here to become a more competitive tour guide, just not in the obvious way. If he could provide tourists with one-of-a-kind antiquities, his business would triple overnight.
Well, you are, pal, but not Dylan. Dylan is not Nancy's boy. Ned is. Ned. God damn it. So Abdullah's involved in like the black market of selling stuff, but he gave us a speech about tourists stealing from Egypt and how he hates it. So I'm confused why he would participate. But maybe that was just a cover. We never really believed him.
I
to
never
be
really
honest.
believed him.
I did. Never trust the cute ones. They know what they can get away with.
I'd better get going.
Goodbye.
Oh, I need to
Back
get
so
rid of her.
soon.
I'll catch you later.
How am
Until
I meant to
later.
How am I meant to snoop in her bag when she won't leave?
I need to figure out what these symbols mean before I do anything.
Okay. Okay. Oh, this is another puzzle. I should have taken a picture of that one. I'm going to... There's that puzzle again. Yeah. I'm going bunny is 0. Yeah, okay. We tell the aliens that she has been pretending to believe in them and see what they say. Take a picture of this and then go back. I have a terrible memory.
Nancy, hi.
Bye.
Jamila,
Goodbye.
you fake alien believer. This is an S. Bunny is O. Says pout. This word is the... As for the one who I don't know if we have this one soul. Okay. The beetle. I don't think we have this word. Same, pal, same. What's this little... Gosh, there's some letters we didn't have in the other one. Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. Oh, this is I. as for the one who something, the sea. Have a look. My drawing picture I took again. Oh no, no, no. Of. Oh. What's this little diamond? Did you make this little diamond? Broke? I'm thinking broke. The seal, I think. Yeah, good one, Pago. Broke the seal. Agonies of death await you.
That's not good.
Yeah, that's not good because we are the ones who broke the seal. Yep, yeah. So that's fun. Don't you just love fun? Okay.
I bet I could translate that.
Okay. I thought there was a little bit that we couldn't read. Where was that one where he got trapped? Oh, we haven't been in here.
It's too dark. I need to find something to light the way. I need to find a way to light this lamp.
Lamp oil and our lighter.
It's too dark. I need to find something to light the way.
Ooh.
I need to find a way to light this entire room.
Not this again. Okay. Oh, okay. We get to move them this time. Can I turn this? Oh, yeah, I can. Perhaps not. Nope. That's right. Just where to go from here? This is hard. Harder than the last one. Okay. I feel like it needs to come this way, but I don't know how to do it. Like this. And then these. Yeah. Woo! Oh. Oh.
I need to figure out what the hieroglyphs say first.
Okay, in. Pals Bunny. This one's a H. That was E. Powell's Bunny and Powell's Cat now. You see what I mean? That once I'm told like a little clue, I'll happily like then work out these ones by myself. It's just, I have no idea. Hate it. I think this is an F. Gotta be an L. There's gotta be two L's. Chow. In the hall of. Two. True. They shall. Unburdened. The it's got open the threshold. In the hall of two truths they shall be, only the one found to be as judged. Light as the feather of... I'm guessing this is going to be some kind of god. I don't know. Our options are C, K, M, Q, V, X, Z. Maybe I just put them all in because then she'll say yes or no.
A threshold to a hidden area,
Yeah.
perhaps?
Smart. Okay. Well,
I need to find the one that weighs less.
okay. Oh my goodness. Yeah.
I need to
sure.
find the one that weighs less.
But on the other hand, I haven't actually saved this game. How died 10 times. Am I missing some or... I don't... Okay, that weighs it. Okay. Okay. You've got to find the one that weighs the less and then put that one in here. Secret Discord stuff. Secret Discord, Kona. Kona has a secret Discord, everyone. Boo her! Boo her! Don't boo her. I've just seen what she's done. Don't boo her. I take it back, Kona. I take it back. Also remind me to do that because now I've read it. Okay, yeah, we've got weigh it 3 times, so you want to put them all on here. We want to put as many as we can on. And then whichever side, if one side goes lower, then the one that weighs the lightest is on this side, on the left. So it's one of those 4 on the left. I'm going to put... So, and then I'm going to put 2 on here. It's one of those on the right. And it's this one. Yay! Shake, 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 shake. I'm doing a little dance in my chair. I am a genius. This game is harder than any of the ones I've played so far, but so I'm very glad we have more than me and Kona struggling through. Okay. Oh, okay, so somebody's recent diary, so somebody has been trapped in here probably, which is grim. Children's game, everyone dance for how this is a children's game. These last 10 years since my search began, I've followed every lead only to find myself lost again and again. All hope of finding the lost queen vanished, only searing sand at my feet. Ooh, they're a poet. I owe it to my mother's memory to find her soon. I owe it to my daughter and my husband to return home alive. I'm worried that I will be disappointing them. Considering your diary has been found trapped in an ancient tomb, I'm considering this did not go well. This morning, just as I was steeling myself for another fruitless day of searching, we spotted another curious jutting out of the sand. At a quick glance, we knew that there was nothing natural about the formation. This was a tomb. We set to work immediately, bloody knuckles and aching backs unnoticed and untended in excitement. By mid-morning, we had broken through the sealed entrance. The largest guide pushed past Sudi to be the first to enter the tomb. He was a fool to blunder in as he did, there was no doubt of that. Still, he did not deserve to die for that foolishness. I did not hear him call out. I hope for his sake he wasn't alive long enough to try. Oh my goodness. We're huddled in the dark, the wind howls outside. Since we have opened the tomb, the desert has become even less forgiving than usual. Violent sandstorms rise from nowhere, forcing us into the darkness of the tomb. The men have been mumbling to each other of curses. Fair enough. Already we've lost one member of our team and most of our gear. We cannot waste what little lamp oil we have now to write for long. I know the Queen is here. This morning the storms died and we were able to clear an opening large enough to let the light in. Dusted beams of the sun shattered the turgid darkness of the tomb for the first time in thousands of years. The colour of the tomb, it was just like you said it would be. Brilliant white walls studded with gods, their faces bright as gems. I cannot believe that this has been unknown since the time of Ramses II. At least I hope it was he who built this tomb. I hope to be relieved of this burden of the D-O-N soon. It's the D-O-N. Oh, and then they wrote a depressing poem. Okay, standing in the boat, bird. We need to remember that, that's probably important. But 1 second, I am going to get a drink.
Mescanet. It must be the cat's name.
Okay. We've got another tile. That's gonna... Maybe we need to remember that, since we can't take this with us for some reason. Yeah, so that's the name. Mescanet. Oh, Mescanet.
I bet I could translate that.
Ye shall fall down upon the earth and become animals upon the earth in the form of fishes.
I bet I could translate that.
To be said, I rise out of the egg in the land hidden.
My dictionary could help translate that.
He fleeth like a bird, he alighteth like a beetle, lieth like a bird, he alighted like a beetle, on the empty throne in thy boat, O Ra. The sun god. Not hath been found his defect there, the scales have been emptied of his trail. How quickly?
That's done. Haven't done that. Check.
Okay. I think the missing piece is this tag, potentially. Oh, what's this? We can't take it, but Okay, need to remember that's there. Can't have it, but it's there. And a little bell. Okay. Alien proof. Well, if I was Jamila, I'd be quite annoyed because I found this out because of her. So
Yes?
Do you believe in the curse?
by
Of
snooping in her
course.
bag.
Really? Then aren't you worried about being here?
No, no, no. I am Abdullah Bakum. Curses have no power over me.
What makes you so sure of that?
I'm still alive. Many men cannot say the same thing. The true power of a curse, it lives here.
What do you mean by that?
The curse of Antifi warns, any man who enters my tomb, I will cast the fear of myself into him. I went into that tomb.
And?
And I knew the fear of Antifi. A curse, when it has you, is like a strange sickness, a fever, and it never goes away.
But I thought you didn't believe in curses.
No, I said curses have no effect on me. I am strong. Everyone else is a different story. Look at Lily and see what I
I
mean.
am strong, everyone else weak.
I'd better get going.
See you later.
Okay, which way to the tomb? This way?
Hello. I'll let you go.
I want to
Bye.
snoop in your bag again, please. Is this? Yay! Oh my god. Oh, okay.
There must be something around here to explain this. Check. Check.
Okay. Is it gonna be whatever is written on the wall?
I bet I could translate that.
Oh no, it's just threatening death on us, that's fine. Lady of Terror, Sovereign Lady, Mistress of Destruction. Take that, please. Any more instructions on what to do with this puzzle? Oh, we haven't done this one. Maybe this or tell us. They don't want us here, pal. The aliens said no. Okay. Pal's bunny is an O. What's Pal's cat again? We fish. Kona, you're a fish. Pal's cat, is it an E? Yep. Pal's rabbit. I think this was a C. Yep. Bloop. This bird. B, I think. This is a T. This is God's. It's got to be a B. got to be protect, right? That's an I, the procession of the gods. Yeah, that makes sense. Reveal. Begins. Reveal. See. Scene. Box is out, yeah. See, no, seam. Ma. Seam ma. No. Seek. The reveal. Seek the. Seek them out.
I need to figure
under
out
the
what
protection
this
of the
means.
heavens. What does this one mean? Procession of gods.
I need to get the correct gods to their
Oh.
proper locations.
And what did it say? Oh god. The procession of gods begins to reveal. Well, what's this? I do not like. I do not like the look of that. I do not like the look of this at all. The gods in their place. I don't really know what that means. Search the entire site for references to the heavens. Okay, we can do that. We'll do that. Maybe that'll tell us the answer. And we need to know how to do this too. I'm just wondering what everyone else is up to on this site. Is anybody else translating any hieroglyphs, or anybody else solving the puzzle, or are they just chilling? Oh, we have this puzzle as well with the sons of.
It fits. Now, what exactly does it do?
Ooh, okay, yeah. So, yeah, this is the Sons of Horus puzzle.
Can't check that off
I don't
yet.
know who they are. I know that the human is Imsity. Let's put them all in, just see what happens. Probably get crushed to death as usual. Who knows? Who knows? Right, but we'll leave them there for now. And we need to remember to come back to them. We need to search for hieroglyphs about the heavens. So
I bet I could translate that.
I speak that which I wished to his mummy, which becometh strong. I don't think there was anything about heavens in here. Where's the other way? Was it up here? Did this reference?
I bet I could translate that.
No, anything, anywhere, anymore for anymore.
This must be the bird mural that was mentioned in the journal.
Hmm? What journal? Oh, this one. Oh, this bird standing in the boat. Bird. I have no clue. No clue. If Pow has no clue, then we might as well just all go to sleep. Yeah, that's like the joke we have. That's why me and Kona keep jokingly saying kids game, because we are like 3, 4 legit adults. And we are like, there's just so much because you have to remember it. So like in my head I'm like, right, so we've got to search for the heavens so we can do that mummy, open the mummy sarcophagus. Then there's that puzzle with the snakes on the wall. Then there's like that one with the 4 discs on the wall. And then there's that mystery about why this happened. Yeah, and also this is on easy mode. There's amateur and senior detective level, and this is on amateur. So just help. Yeah, I don't know what we've got to do with this. Trying to look for mentions of heavens, but I'm not seeing any. So like, yeah, the puzzles are harder. So walking around is like the same, but the puzzles are harder. So the hieroglyphs one would be different. This scarab one, yeah, they would all be different. I'm trying to look for more to translate. I feel like there's more I need to translate. That one's just threatening death. I'm looking for heavens. Maybe I need to ask people?
My dictionary could help translate that.
Maybe it's in this room then, because that's kind of like walking about, your soul walking about is kind of... I do not want to find out because it would be me doing it. That's true. It does seem like figuring out who that mummy is will be one of the last things in the game. We need to get into their trunks and her bag again, but I'm not really sure how.
Yes?
I'll catch you later.
See you later.
Bye! Let's call... let's try... that disc puzzle, that 4 discs, I think is
What
important.
is the story with curses?
It's a complicated complicated issue.
What makes it so
Bam
complicated?
bam fake
It
alien.
makes no earthly sense, now does it? But still,
Still what?
the tombs have claimed enough lives to make a fool of logic.
Bye.
Goodbye.
I don't know if it's a curse or is it just a bad idea to go walking headfirst into a tomb that's thousands of years old and been under sand, which is very heavy for years. I'm just skeptical about health and safety, personally.
Nancy, hi.
Someone slashed the water tank. We're in big trouble.
That's bad. How bad is that? Hang on. How long before you die in a desert with no water? Question mark.
So?
2 days. That's the good news.
The bad news?
The second day sounds really, really bad. Nancy, you need to get out of there.
So I've been supposedly cursed.
Supposedly cursed? Or supposedly cursed?
I don't understand the difference.
Me neither. You have to come home.
Between you and me, it would seem like a smart move. It's just...
What? Just what? Is it contagious? You can tell me if it is. I won't be weird about it. We can still hang out. I've always wanted to use those walkie-talkies George got me.
I don't think I can actually
This is a
leave.
sweetheart.
We're alone out here. The crew took the vehicles when they evacuated John. From the way they reacted, I don't think they're coming back.
So, this may not be the best time to mention this, but yesterday I couldn't sleep and I saw this movie called Revenge of the Desert Queen.
And...
And everyone gets cursed, and then every single person in the movie
Bess, is this the best movie to be telling me about right now?
is fine. Every single person in the movie is fine. Life lessons are learned, friendships forged, romances...
Let's just run into the
romance,
desert. What can go wrong?
history learned about.
Everyone in the movie dies, right?
All of them. Even the last girl I was really rooting for because she really looked like you. I maybe have left that last part out.
We found a cat tomb. It's amazing. It's surprisingly lavish for a cat's tomb, I guess. I don't have a reference point, though.
Is it wrong that I find that adorable? It is, isn't it? Of course it is. I'm conflicted. There must be something very special about that cat if it's got its own tomb. Maybe it made a notable contribution to the cat arts and sciences?
Cat sciences? Like what? Scratching and post dynamics?
Clearly. Or it
Thanks,
belonged
Bess.
to someone important, like Nefertari.
We dying.
The tomb collapsed. Dylan had to be rushed to the hospital.
I like how we mentioned
My
the
gosh,
cat
it's still
tomb
right.
and then
I think so.
Oh, yeah,
It
and
would have been
Pal
me
died.
if he hadn't pushed me out of the way.
This is just like that movie. This curse is coming after you, Nancy. You were the one who broke the seal of the tomb, weren't you? Of course you were.
Yes.
Nancy, what if it's coming after you?
What if what is coming after me?
What? Who? I don't know, okay? I know you're not going to listen, but I wish you would just come home.
well,
Bye-bye.
we all know we're not
See ya.
coming home, Bess. We're gonna solve this mystery.
Where did they even come from?
Yeah, that was gross. Did he leave anything in his little chair? He wasn't here for very long.
Uh-oh. I know that sound. I need to
What
figure
sound
out
was
where
it?
it's coming from.
Oh, snake? Snake? I
Don't
leave.
capture the snake. Someone might get hurt.
How there's a snake? And how do I catch it? I have a spade, a shovel I could hit it
A
with.
cobra.
Ah! Help! It got me. And it was on Nancy's bed, of course it was.
Uh-oh. I know that sound. I need to figure out where it's coming from. A cobra.
Put it in the bin. Yeah, of course it is. And it's on Nancy's bed too.
I can't
That's
believe
just-
that actually worked.
She just shoved.
I better find a safe place to keep the cobra before I do anything else.
Okay. How are we putting the cobra?
This will keep the cobra safe and out of striking distance.
Are we just leaving it in there? We're just leaving it in there. Surely now she's gonna have left whatever this is. Yeah, yeah, we might as well have just smashed it with this shovel if we're gonna leave it in a hot bin in the middle of the desert. I was hoping because she wasn't in here that she would have left that thing that's going to solve this line about the transparency overlay. But it looks like not. What about how we just had to shove a cobra into a bin? Someone clearly put the cobra
Playing this
there.
game by myself would be poetic, I suppose, but not very interesting.
Okay, well, look, this is it's gonna 100% die.
Yes?
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye. I was hoping to talk to someone about the cobra.
Nancy, hi.
Goodbye.
Until later.
How do we work out who the four sons of Horus are? Who are you four sons? We need it for that 4 discs puzzle. We call Dylan again? Pal, I mean, sorry, pal.
Hello?
Yeah, we're eating
Bye.
cobra for dinner, everyone.
Hi, Nancy.
Someone slashed the water tank. There's nothing left.
Don't panic. I'll see if I can get some dropped. Until then, take it easy. Dehydration can set in quickly.
Who would do that?
Someone with a little water secreted away, I'd bet.
Ooh, good point, John Boyle.
What do you know about cats in ancient Egypt?
Did you find something with a lot of cats?
Yes, it's some sort of cat tomb. Did we come all the way out here for a cat mummy?
No, Nancy, this is fantastic news. Don't get too excited, but this might be just the thing we're looking for. Cats were sacred to the ancient Egyptians. From Bastet and Sekhmet to the average house cat, they were absolutely revered. If you found Nefertari's cat, she must be here.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, let's just use the cobra to get what we want. Yeah, Abdul's locker is the padlock one.
I think I found evidence of an old expedition here. It seems like an old diary entry.
Keep that safe. There are records of an expedition leaving England in search of Nefertari's tomb. This was after she wasn't found in QV-66, her supposed tomb that was found in the early 1900s.
But if they were here, then this must not be the place, right?
Not necessarily. No one knows what happened to the expedition.
The whole expedition disappeared? Did that happen often?
More often than you'd expect. Archaeology is deadly work.
Yeah, I was thinking that, but usually it likes you to do things the secret way, so like you're not bound to have done it. I will try it though.
See ya.
Even
Talk to
though
you later.
she'll, you know, we snuck into Jamila's bag and then was like, "Hey, we've been in your bag."
Stay out of there!
Oh, it's Lily's bag. Oops.
Hello.
There was a cobra on my bed.
That is crazy. You're lucky you didn't get hurt. Is it still in there?
No, I took care of it.
Well, I'm never getting any sleep tonight. I imagine you aren't either.
I take it you're not a fan of snakes.
No one on Earth is a fan of snakes.
Roxy
If it
Knee
lives on
Socks
dry
is.
land and does not have feet, it should not exist. Even thinking about snakes gives me the creeps.
Yeah, see, she's afraid of everything. So she's afraid of curses, so she can't go in the tomb. She's afraid of snakes, so it can't have been her who put the cobra on the bed. It's just very suspicious.
I discovered a new part of the tomb.
You need to make sure Abdullah knows. Everything you find needs to go through him.
Silly Lily. We can get rid of her and try.
You said you studied curses. Aren't they just mostly hoaxes?
No, far from it. There's always a scientific reason for what really happened, but if you get some deadly disease or the world collapses on you, you're not going to care about the biology or physics of what's killing you.
Abdullah needs you again.
Okay, thanks. BRB.
Considering the last time we told her that he did not need her, it's very surprising that she went. I'm thinking that we need this somehow unlocks that fancy thing, but I just can't figure it out. There's got to be some relevance with the sunglasses. Yeah, see. Just be a rebel, Nancy. Yeah, they are. But I don't know what that means. There's got to be some relevance. I mean, this needs like an overlay, and I was thinking maybe like the sunglasses were the overlay. But I can't see it. Any clue? Any ideas? I'll leave it up for you to stare at for a second. See. Aha! You solved the case. Hi, Chris! Yeah, that's what I was thinking, pal, that the glasses are the overlay, but you can't move them or anything, so an overlay implies that you need to place them over it. Aw, that's nice, Bruce. Hopefully it's made sense. I really like these games as much as I complain. I think they're really fun, and I like that they are really good for like streaming for friends. Smash. Yeah. Why? Where's the has the cobra gone now? No, it's still there. Bugs, yeah. Somebody slashed the water open, so we're all gonna dive first.
It looks like someone was tampering with these wires.
Yes! Can we not fix them? Just do what I do and put tape over them, electrical tape. I'm just exploring.
I bet I could
everywhere
translate
now.
that.
Judged is he by the ancestors of Ra. Just absolutely looking everywhere. I am very curious who it is though. I feel like we need to do that Sons of Horus task just because it's like so low down on our task list. And the fact that like nobody's budging means we need to do something. Where are they? And something to do with this. She said that it's in the journal, but I don't see any reference to this. Except this. 8 birds amongst a golden flock reveal the... Okay, okay. We have to put these in? These gold things? I chipped this one off though. Yeah, I actually took this one from here. I used the pickaxe. I just had to move my microphone so I could sit back in my chair. Still looking for the heavens. I wish we could get rid of him and look at what that says again, because now we know what the words mean. We could actually translate them.
My dictionary could help translate that.
Twice is my hiding place open. Yeah, this is the cat's tomb, which it says we haven't finished exploring. Oh,
It looks like some birds are missing.
oh, we did not spot this before. So we're missing one tile. It's taken the other tiles out of my inventory. So we need one more tile. Okay, at least that's another hint.
That's done.
Yep, there we go. Now that's all we've got left to do in the cat's tomb. We need one more of those golden pieces. Ooh, the mystery continues. Okay. So literally need to look everywhere. Ceiling, floor, everywhere. Nowhere is safe.
Hi.
Nothing to say.
I'll catch you later.
I wish we
Bye.
could say like leave. I want to look in her bag so badly. We did that one. That's like the first puzzle of the game. We've got this to do as well, which I have no idea what it is. At least we know what to do with these gold things now. Big. Gib. She said something like we need to look for instructions.
My dictionary could help translate that.
I've already translated it a billion times, but what's this one? Everyone who has been because they are wretches. I feel like we need to do that for this puzzle. This. Okay, so this must be the clue for the Force. It's been here all along, because Imp City is what? So Imp City at the south, does that mean at the bottom, the human? Maybe? In the train of Horus, let the steps ascend. We are the four of Horus. I am the air. Hunter. Where does the sun set again? Sets in the... Rises in the east? Sets in the west? East. So the setting sun, the cry, soars. Imp City, you mentioned here. I am the hunter who faces to greet the new day. So that's got to be east. It's the hunter, which I'm guessing is the jackal. I think one of them is the jackal. And I'm guessing north is the air that sweeps up the Nile. Okay. So setting sun is west. Yes, I think so. And So it's going to be like north, east, south, west. So that's right. The air, it's got to be the bird in the north. East. Thought that would be right. No. Maybe not. I thought that would be right. So it was the human City. I am the hunter who faces to greet the new day. So I thought the hunter would be in the east, and that would be the jackal. The cry, I thought would be the baboon, but maybe it's the bird. I don't know, it's protected by the south. So human is 100% south. Yeah. Yeah, I've got it written down. And I'm just trying to interpret which animal.
Still have to do that.
It's saying that we don't know who they are. I've got no service. Or yeah, why not? Yeah, I've got the missing pieces. Thanks. That was a great hint. That one? Yeah, it's just like you need to find the species. Well, duh. Not much of a hint. Yeah. Buffering of my brain. Yeah, looking around. Try looking around. Oh, really? Those are the worst hints I've ever seen in my life. Okay. There's like this arrow here, and I don't know what it... Ah, there we go. That's a lot of something. I don't know what. Oh, okay. Oh.
Whoa! What just happened? I should see if I broke something.
Where?
Still have to do that.
Where have I broken something? Where?
Is it my imagination, or did the columns move?
Oh my god. I wonder what this guy thinks. Has he noticed?
Did you see that?
Are you talking about the columns?
I knew there was something about this site that didn't add up. This is unheard of. The technology required to move the columns.
Maybe aliens were involved.
Oh god, please no.
Very cute.
Please no, aliens. I'm begging you, game. Please do not be aliens.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Okay, well, let's go and play around with that a bit more then. Which one did we come out of? I think it was this one. Okay. Oh, so this is what it was referring to, like... Wow. I knew we had to do something with this. I don't really know. Oh, that's a reset. I don't know really know what position we're looking for them to be in. I'm Team Nancy now, she agrees. We are always Team Nancy.
Hi, Nancy.
I'll let you go.
Bye.
I thought she'd be interested, but clearly not. Oh, okay. Are they all meant? Are we meant to lower them all? Do you think? They seem to have like. So that one's got the bird and the baboon. That one's got the jackal and the bird. I don't know if that's somehow connected. Let's just turn them all upside down and see what happens. Oh my goodness. I don't really know what we're supposed to be doing with them.
Still have to do that.
I'm guessing after we've done this, Jamila will be amazed and we'll get to be able to search her bag. Oh, I keep getting lost in the tunnels. That one's very low. I just want to look back at them. Look how there's like a massive gap around the column. How did nobody guess it that they were able to drop? I will try that Pogo. North up like that. South down, west, left, east, right. I think that's how. Is this how I've got them? Is that what you mean? Or is it you mean like that? Try them the complete opposite way. That's not bad either, I guess. Yeah. What do you think? North face up like that. Do you mean like that, Pogo? Let's see if there's any like hints on that. This again? The Train of Horus. Yeah, I guess they're gonna be like steps, aren't they, to like go up? Yeah, that's what I think, Hona. I think it's meant to be like steps, and let the steps ascend. We are the Four of Horus. Yeah, so I don't. We the gods in the Train of Horus guard the corners. Okay, I'm gonna reset it and change one and see what happens. So if we just change that one that way. Okay, so it doesn't just, that's really annoying. It doesn't just affect one column. It affects them all. It would be good if one was like one column, and then I'd probably be able to figure it out much quicker. Let's just turn them all and have a look. So that's it. I don't seem to have done anything. I think over here needs to be the tallest one. We need to get up here. We're gonna be on this bit here. Although I think if you tried hard enough, you would be able to get there. Something like that, and then. No. Better? Kind of? Yeah, we need to go
There's
there.
another door up there. I need to find a way to climb up to that ledge.
Heck yeah. I don't either. So do not worry. If you don't see the logic, because I do not also see the logic. So, what was that one I just turned? Back. Can I get back to that view? I want to look at that again. I feel like you could climb up on that and then there, personally. take east one time. Okay. Look. Any other clue? Pogo, you seem to have a mind for this more than the rest of us. I am going. Okay. What is that? West one time. Zero clue. I think we're ranging into spoilers territory on this puzzle. Let's have a look. Spoiler! No worries. We are doing a Lost Tomb. The story so far. The guy who invited us on this expedition got hit over the head in a sandstorm. Then we found this tomb, and this one girl believes in aliens, that they built the pyramids. This one guy's full of himself. This one girl, Lily, I think she's sus. Then one guy, Dylan, who's an English guy, so we call him Pow. They got stuck and they got crushed by rocks. Yeah, and then we're just trying to find out who is in this tomb, and there's loads of puzzles, and we are very stuck on this one. Okay, I think I found a solution. We've been on this one for a while, so
Got it.
yep. There we go. No, it's been too long. We've had to. It took me that long to actually find a solution. Okay.
My dictionary could help translate that.
Here we go. Here we go. Honestly, just going on the last one halfway down would have been much better than this. I think it's just because they scale up like steps, and you just had to know which columns raised, which ones didn't. But the puzzle was too small
This
for us.
looks important.
Oh god. Is there I was hoping to find like a golden...
Foolish and irresponsible!
Ooh.
You have no idea what you are doing! You have no idea what damage you have done!
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
You didn't know! Ignorance is not an excuse! It is the problem! You are off the site!
Please, I will never even come near your work again.
That is right you won't!
What's she
You
do?
don't deserve to be here! Have the dignity to admit it!
I'll help, I promise. Please, I'll do anything to stay.
When the transport comes, you get on it! You are taking up space that a good student could be using! I want nothing to do with you! You will never have a career! Just leave!
Oh, yeah, I want to know what they were fighting about. That was really harsh. I'm not Lily's biggest fan, but that was something else. That. Ooh, oh, another diary entry. I cannot push my way out through the sand. The fever and dehydration have left me slow and weak. I know there is a second exit. It's hidden, perhaps too cleverly for some in my current state. I have located the first half needed, but without the second part I am unable to figure out its meaning. 5 stand guard at each pass, 4 false, 1 true. Oh my god. The first truth is last, the second is fourth, the third is third. Oh wow, the third is third, eh? And the fourth is first. I cannot think what good is an escape that lies hidden. The Queen is laughing at me. There is no point writing more, these thoughts will never leave this tomb. If you are reading these pages, it's too late for you. You're in her tomb. She'll never let you leave. Yeah, spill the tea, Abdullah. Beloved of Hathor, mistress. Okay. So, predictions. We're going to get chased or locked in somewhere, and we're going to be suffocating by the villain, and we're going to have to try and find the second exit against time, because this is a Nancy Drew game. Yep. There doesn't seem to be anything up here. Just go down. Nancy just jumps down these columns. Hey, what are you fighting about?
Yes?
Why are you so hard on Lily?
It sounds so cruel, right? I am not her friend. I am her proving ground. If she survives me, no one will ever stop her. Not ever. If she does not, then she does not have what it takes to begin with. May you be so lucky as to have a mentor who pushes you.
Still, you could be nicer.
I learned to swim fast, not because I was taught well, but because there were crocodiles in the river.
Still never going to swim as fast as a crocodile.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
They can run. It's really fast as well. Let's go ask Lily. The Cobra is still in that bin.
Nancy, things are moving. I heard the pillars moving. This place is seriously messed up.
I noticed that, but I don't think we're in any danger.
And you're basing this on what? Previous experience?
Call it a hunch.
At this point, I'd rather call it a day. I need to calm down. This is a huge opportunity and probably not a death trap. right?
Right. I have to admit, I overheard that argument between you and Abdullah. Are you okay?
You did? What did you hear?
I'm not sure, really. It just sounded pretty bad.
It was. He can be rough to work with, but he's the best. I just have to get better and not make such stupid mistakes all the time.
Is there anything I can do?
Yes, I need your help sorting amulets. This has always been the thing I've been
Joy.
worst at. Please say you'll help. I'll help you out whenever you need it, I promise.
Okay, but seriously, I'm the only one doing any archaeology here. I'm the one who found that the pillars move. I'm the one who found the tomb. I'm the one who is solving all these puzzles. Everyone else is just... She's lying in bed. Abdullah is staring at the hieroglyphs. Jamila believes in aliens. Dylan's in hospital. Pal's in hospital.
Sure thing.
Great, thanks. They need to be sorted by what they represent and by what power they had. They're on the table in the other tent.
Yeah, how dare they be NPCs? Okay, let's go and sort these amulets. I knew this would be a puzzle. Okay, yeah, here, amulets found, gold fly.
I need to sort these amulets by type.
I don't want to. I don't want to. Okay. I remember reading about them somewhere. Glyphs? No, I swear we have a book. Yes. Okay. I remember reading about the regenerative powers. Hippo. Lizard. And frog. Hippo, regeneration, lizard. Is there a lizard? There's a frog. I can't tell what some of these are. That's a crocodile. Where's that? Amethyst monkey was a love charm. Hedgehog rebirth. Monkey wisdom. Is this a monkey? Hedgehog. Is that love? Is that the... I don't know. Did I even get that right, or am I just absolutely... Baboon, wisdom, amethyst monkey. I don't think we have an amethyst monkey. Square one, a lizard. This one? I think it's a crocodile. Scarab is rebirth. That's the scarab. Okay, those two. A hare? A hare for regeneration too? Where's a hare? This? There we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Square lizard. Repeating your... Put that there. Oh, good luck is a fish. We've got some mileage out of this book. The horse is about death. Oh. Military valor. Oh, that was in here too. golden fly. This the golden fly? Yeah, I think that's the they were like, oh actually this puzzle's quite easy, so let me just make, like, what the hell is this? Okay. Food offerings. There was just a section on food offerings. Food offerings in the form of trust and tired animals. There? Maybe? This? I don't know. What is that one? I feel like I've seen this shape. I can't remember what it is. It's a duck. What's this? I mean, that's like a lion, right? That's gotta be military valor. No, I feel like this one's wisdom. It's in exactly the same shape. Is a duck motherhood? Like that? I don't know. Or is there purposely one missing? Or not? Oh, it started again. Oh my goodness. Okay. It's okay. Breathe, breathe. This? I just thought it said, yeah, perhaps. Yeah, I think you're right. Health and life, yeah. Guardian of the Dead is one of the sons of Horus. So it's alright, I think. That looks like it's like a tied up deer or something. Scarab. Maybe. What's wisdom? Just back and forth with this book. Love charms, the monkey maybe. Baboon, this baboon was wisdom. Like that. I feel like I've seen that one somewhere and I don't remember what it is. definitely read something about this one. Maybe the crocodiles? The dead? I don't know. I'm gonna guess one of these ones that only one can go in is missing. Because somebody believes in the amulets. Hedgehog's rebirth, not regeneration. Okay. It's got to be a lizard, but it looks like a crocodile. A lion, I think, yeah, like I said, I think that's got to be military. This Motherhood? I've seen it, but I can't remember what it is. It's like a duck. Does it say anything about... Food offerings in the form of trussed up animals and birds. Okay, so that's... Yeah, I can imagine if you're just watching it is way harder as well. No worries, Kona. I'm gonna guess the Guardian of the Dead is missing.
I'm missing one.
Yeah.
I'd better check that out. Someone cut the tent. I need to fully investigate this area.
My god. There's a psychopath. So what? We're missing the obsidian jackal, I think. I don't recall seeing a jackal. And I think Jackal is the dead? Yep, somebody is trying to kill everyone and possibly themselves.
I bet I could translate that.
I already have. It's something about bra. Yeah, it all started when someone cut this wire to the torch. Okay, let's go around the side. No, absolutely not.
If you wanted to sneak something out of the tent without anyone seeing you, this would be the perfect spot to do it.
I love
If
the
I had
idea of
right
someone
tool,
reaching
I
in
bet I could
and
see
grabbing
if the thief
that.
left anything behind.
A shovel? Oh, okay, we've got a guess. Is this a digging puzzle? I swear to God. worked out. God damn it. Can I not just... Why? I'm so confused. Do I have to have, like, everything be a... I don't know what I'm... Oh my goodness gracious. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. I have no idea. Food trays. What food trays? Oh, when we, yeah. Oh, it's awful. There
What's
we go.
this? What's this mean?
Would be willing to pay an extra 15,800 euros for a pristine jackal amulet. Buyer would like to add this request to the full list with payment through the secret offshore account upon. Yeah, so Jamila mentioned that Abdullah was involved in the black market. Hello, Violet. Oh yeah, that cat room rake. I don't know if those are meant to be moved. Maybe we're gonna get trapped in there and it'll be relevant then. So somebody's made off with one of the artifacts, not counting on me to actually catalogue them properly. Should we go into hell, Lily?
Hello.
Abdullah seems really harsh.
That's just how he is. I knew what I was setting myself up for when I came here.
Bye.
Bye.
Check. That's done. That's done. Did that.
That's so satisfying, I love it. Oh, Violet, you missed the end of the one in Iceland with the ship. It was not Kona, it was Soren, the guy we suspected. He locked us in an ice cave.
Yes?
I'd better get going.
Bye.
Hi, Nancy.
I'd better get going.
Goodbye.
We've still got this puzzle. I have no idea what this is. Handsome Soren, yeah. In his dodgy jumper. You'd think you'd be able to tell someone about, you know, the missing priceless artifact. Well, priceless. 16,000 euros. Yeah. And when you call them and say, bye! Oh, maybe I can tell this guy about the missing amulet? Maybe not then.
Nancy, hello.
How real is the black market?
For trafficking antiquities, very real.
Do you think there's a chance that someone here is involved in the black market?
There's no reason to think that.
Yes, there is.
Those men they're dangerous. If they are involved, I don't even want to think about it.
Yeah.
Do
So in this
you
case, it's
have
either
any connections
Dylan
on the
/
black
Pal.
market?
Of
Or
course
Lily.
not.
I didn't mean to offend. I just wish we could find out if they're interested in this site. If they are, all of the accidents would make more sense. I'll let you go.
Bye.
Oh, you, Violet, oh, you. I feel like the next thing is to figure out how to open her trunk. I can't find any overlay or anything. Yeah, I'm a Lily. I think it's Lily. And yeah, I crushed Pow 20 times in a puzzle. So we need to find the overlay, we need to find a key to open that, we need to get rid of her somehow. Find the heavens and find that last gold thing of these. Find missing pieces. I feel like maybe that as well. I don't. I thought when we got up there would be another one. I'm gonna go and check there again, to be honest. I thought, yeah, for sure it would be up here. But I don't think it is. No, you're not meant to sleep off a concussion. No, I haven't. Oh my goodness, Violet. Oh, I need to. It's hard because I can't if I want to stream, and I wanted to stream this weekend because it would just use up all my internet, and I wouldn't be able to. I need to remember to do it whilst I'm working. Sea of Thieves, download Sea of Thieves, Kona, and anyone with an Xbox. I don't know how many people you can have. I think it's 4 per ship. And this puzzle, this blooming puzzle. Oh, I got one out of there. I'm looking for the bird tiles. They've got to be around. Kona, why? Why would you do this to me? We are Xbox friends. This is too... darn it. Getting lost. This way? This way? Maybe? Kona, be my best Xbox friend. Yep, exactly, Violet. Just like normal. Let me look at the map. We've looked everywhere. I feel like, yeah, I'm very confused on what we need to do next. I think, yeah, figuring out what you need to do next to be able to do the next puzzle is like one of the hardest parts. I think we need to open sarcophagus, and I think the answer has got to be up here. It's got to be. Yes, because there was a jackal and this bird. Okay, I'm gonna take a picture of this. Go and have a look at this sarcophagus. Oh. Okay, we've got this. We're doing it. We are like 6 intelligent people. Doggo, burb, giant human with long arms. Hail. It's very windy. It looks like rain's coming here. Okay. Yes, we can do this. So the top layer. So here there has to be a jackal and a scarab. And this one, I think. Scarab and jackal, like that. Yeah. And then on this one, it's gonna be a birdie thing, top. I don't know what that is. It's some guy with a head. Yeah? Oh. No, I don't think that's right. I think this one is this bird. This birdie. I can't make this fit. So maybe not. Maybe it is that. Maybe this birdie is this birdie. Like that. And this birdie is this birdie. Oh my goodness, it slides sideways. Oh, this is the worst possible news. I got this one fine. Oh, I got this one is worse. I think this is. I want to move this up so it doesn't change it. I think this is meant to be. No, this one too, just in case. Okay, this. Yeah, no, I know what to do now, and I'm really confused. So this should be the jackal. This should be the ibis. And this should be a crocodile. Like that. so then we do that. We'll just move them out the way when you have the answer. And then it should be a falcon. Which is this bad boy. And then the lion head thing. So I'm gonna shove that up one. And do this. And then do this. Yes, we did it. Dog, bird, man with long arms. Hey, what did that do? Oh, it opened. My face right now. I am furious. I was like, I'm not opening the sarcophagus. I clearly can't open this sarcophagus because that's going to be the last thing you do in the game. But no, it's the smallest.
Another coffin, and it's locked. Ancient Egyptians did not mess around.
It's alright, I was bullying her earlier. It's alright. Cohen's fine. This... H. How's H? How's cat, which is an E. Right, right. Is Powell's rabbit here? Powell's rabbit. Making you lose the game. God damn it. This is a C. Bird is a D. Yay, more puzzles. We've got this one though. We've smashed this one before. How's your memory? I think this is W. H. This is an I. This is a T. It's gotta be an R. I always forget them photos. Follow her. Recall the here and reach within. I recognise this one, but I can't remember what it is. And this one. Old. Her path. Siding. Yep, yep, yep. Even, yep. That's good, good. I recognise this snail. Treasure. 7 treasures of her. That's why. Duty. Young. My duty? I think that maybe that's an M. What did I put as an M? Where's M? I do.
This could be about the Queen's children.
Yeah. We did see a reference to her children. Oh, in Jamila's notes. Beautiful. Oh. Recall them here and reach within. Okay.
These must represent Nefertari's children. Maybe if I knew more about them, I could open this.
God damn it. Okay, Kona. I just feel like Jamila was the one with all that information. And Jamila.
Nancy, hi.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
With the help of experts, open the.
Still have to do that. Did that.
It has not given
Back
us.
so soon.
I'll catch you later.
Until later.
It's not given us another clue as to who it is, though. We're in, but we haven't got another object. So we need another tile. We need to do that puzzle that's on the wall with the snakes. Yeah, fake alien, get out of here. I want to rob your purse and I want to rob your trunks. Let's try ringing people. It says with the help of experts. I'm gonna guess it's hit what's his face and press a Hotchkiss.
Hello?
Do you know anything about Nefertari's children?
Get your pens
Of
out,
course I
lads.
do.
Can you tell me their names?
Yes, it's best we start with the boys.
Sure.
There's Among her Kepchef, meaning among is with his strong arm.
How do I spell that?
Oh dear, you get a piece of paper and a pen and you write down whatever you like for the next 5 minutes. Paul Ray Hair Wenemef. Ray is with his strong arm. Mary, beloved of Ray. Miriatum, beloved of Atum. Oh, these names! The best part about ancient Egyptian names is that there are no ancient Egyptians around to correct your pronunciation. Oh, come back when you're ready for the girls.
Well, I didn't get to write any of that down, so because it was too. I've got Ammon with strong arm. Okay.
Can you tell me the names of Nefertari's daughters?
I need you to do some searching for me. I've decided to restart my book project. Can you gather some information for me?
If it means you'll tell me the daughters' names, then sure.
Great! Who is above all the doors in the main antechamber?
I have no idea. Shall I guess?
Mutt.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like her too. Oh, I guess right. Maybe they've just been talking about Mart a lot. You're amazing.
I'm ready for the daughters' names now.
Merit Amen, the beloved of Amen.
Got it.
Henatawi, the mistress of two lands.
Okay.
Nebatawi, the lady of two lands. So it seems favoritism isn't a modern invention.
And the children were mentioned in order, from oldest to youngest, right?
Yes.
Perfect, thanks.
I got the girls' names written down, so let's have the sons.
Can you tell me the names of Nefertari's sons again?
Oh my. Oh my, yes. Let's see. There's Among her Kepchef, meaning among is with his strong arm. Paul Ray Hair Wenemef. Ray is with his strong arm. Mary, beloved of Ray. Miriatum, beloved of Atum.
Great.
writing down these names. And let's have the daughters.
Can you tell me the names of Nefertari's daughters again?
Oh my, oh my, yes, let's see. Merit Amen, the beloved of Amen.
Wasn't that a son as well?
Tenetawi, the mistress of two lands. Nebatawi,
That's why I got
the lady of
confused. There's
two
a son
lands.
and a daughter called Meritama.
Great.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if writing that it down is
I'll
gonna
catch you
help me
later.
whatsoever.
Bye, dear.
Hi, Nancy.
Nothing.
I'll
Nothing
catch
from
you
John.
later.
Talk to you later.
How? Got anything useful?
Hey, Nancy.
Oh, he does. Oh,
The jackal amulet is missing. Did you have anything to do with that?
No, I didn't. I wouldn't even want to touch one of those creepy things.
Lily wanted to say hello.
Oh, good. Tell her I say I don't know. I'm knackered. Make it sound good. What have you been up to?
Lily had me help her with some amulets she couldn't identify. Apparently, I'm pretty good at it.
What do you mean she couldn't identify?
They were pretty beat up. She said that that type of thing wasn't her forte anyway, so I helped.
Well, that's not true.
Huh?
Well, that's her specialty. She lied to you.
oh,
Why would she do
lied.
that?
She's a
Maybe she wanted to
liar.
distract you. Maybe she was feeling lazy.
She wanted to
Why
distract
should I
me
trust you?
100%.
I don't exactly have a lot to gain from lying to you at this point.
All right, if you want me to believe you, tell me why you were at the site.
I really am a guide.
That can't be it.
It is. Look, maybe I wanted to get my name in the papers, but that's it. Times are really tough. People aren't taking vacations like they used to.
I'd better get going.
Later.
Silly Lily. Why are you lying? What's that song? Why are you lying? Why are you lying to me?
Hello.
Bye.
Bye.
The fact that the game doesn't want me to look in her trunk for so long is making it even more suspicious. There's clearly something in there that reveals she's the bad one. Okay. Let's go and try. I think with my book, we might... No, I think it's this book. We've got a book in our bunk that has, like, some good information, I think. And this here. And hieroglyphs. Like, why we can't carry this around, I'll never know. It's so useful. Oh no, it was in John's notes about the royal son at the end of the name, that for daughter. His strong arm. Ray is with his strong arm. Yeah. Yep, so we should be able to do it with just John's notes. Okay. Because there's two sons that say something with their strong arm.
Hello.
Go away.
I'd better
Jamila.
get going.
Bye.
Ooh, yeah.
Time to use what I've learned about Nefertari's children and hieroglyphs to figure out the order.
Yay. Okay. So first is Amun with his strong arm. And he is a... Right, and then it's Ray with his strong arm, which John's put in his notes, so we will be able to do this. Third, Ray is with his strong arm, is the second son. So this guy, this one. with is strong arm, and then it's got to indicate that he's a royal son, which is this one.
This is Para Herwenemef.
Hell yeah, it is. Hold on, me. That's okay. I think I can do this one. Perhaps not then. Okay, let's put the. So he's a son. Son. I'm just putting these together because. And daughter. There we go. So this second one is right. It was confirmed. Now we need... John did put in his notes what's the first son with his strong arm would need. Strong arm. Is this one? Seems like there's too many for this top name. Oh, okay, no, I think that's there. And then there's a little snail thing. Apparently. Is this the only snail? To find out what Amun is. Do you think maybe he's in this? Amun is that knife. I'm just taking pictures with my phone. Amun is like a knifey thing, and I don't know what those are. One knife. And then this.
Got it. This must be Amun her Keplerchef.
Of course, yeah. We dead yet? No. We're just dead in the brain. Not dead. Okay, the next son is Ray. No, we've done Ray. That's Ray with a strong arm. That's Amun with a strong arm. Next, we've got Mary, beloved of Ray. What, who, and what is Ray, or did they mean Ra? Do the beloved of Atom one. Beloved of Atom. Atom is like the sled. I've got the top two. wish I was being a solo genius. That means Atom. That means it's a boy. Beloved Mary. Beloved. What's beloved? Oh, okay. Okay, well. I might need to go and call what's her face and ask for more details on the daughters. I need to ask more info on the daughters because I only wrote down their names, not what they meant for some reason.
Hi.
Yep. Yep, she did. Yep, she made us sort those little amulets, and apparently Power told us she's actually an expert on that, so she's either she was lying to get us distracted or she was lazy.
Can you tell me the names of Nefertari's daughters again?
Oh my. Oh my, yes. Let's see. Merit Amen, the beloved of Amen. Henatawi, the mistress of two lands. Nebatawi, the lady of two lands.
Great.
Okay.
Can you tell me the names of Nefertari's sons again?
Oh my. Oh my, yes. Let's see. There's among her Kepshef, meaning among is with his strong arm. Pa Ray Hair Wenemeth. Ray is with his strong arm. Mary, beloved of Ray. Miriatum, beloved of Atom.
Great. Bye.
Bye, dear.
Beloved of Ray, which is Ra again. I could probably do that one. So, Lord of Ra, and Ra can be depicted by a lot of things. So one of these is for that's this is very hard. In a bit, pal. I need to figure out what blooming. This is hard. I'm guessing this means two lands. I'm thinking. My brain is a whirring.
And this must be Nebatawi.
Yep. Right. And then
This is Hanutawi. This is Mariatum.
it's just the order of them. I think.
You must be Marier.
Okay. And then just this one. It's just the order is really weird. Like, I'm trying to follow the English, but I guess it's not.
This must be Merit Amum. It's empty.
Oh my
Wait,
god!
what are those? I need to piece these together.
Are you absolutely having a laugh? We might as well pack up and go home at this point. Empty, Coda. Empty. We've done all this work. Let's just all go home. Pal got murdered. For nothing. It's hard because it's just so busy. I'll move these over. I can't believe that was empty. I'm furious. It's only hard because I can't blooming see. Very unnecessary. I proved myself as a puzzler. We're getting there, we're getting there. Oh my god, that I was gonna say that better still be together or I'm quitting. I'm quitting the game.
Got it. Now to figure out what this says.
Where's Powell when you need him? He is the expert. Powell's rabbit. Powell's cat. This has been an intense game. Got the wrong eye. That's why amethyst. Rebirth. On the wings of rebirth from a treasured companion, the path is opened around a circle. They slide. They begin with gold to honor amethyst for royalty, and the portals to remember. Step ahead to rejuvenate. It's gotta be in emerald.
There's another tomb in here. I need to figure out how to open it.
Another tomb. That's annoying. Find the true tomb. Yes, yes.
Did that? Check. Did that.
Nothing is inside the garment.
Hi, Nancy.
Goodbye.
I want to
Until
go in
later.
your purse. Why can't I go in that purse? We're going to tell this guy there's
Yes?
absolutely nothing in there.
Why would the coffin be empty?
The ancients were not above playing tricks on us.
Do thefts happen often on sites like this?
On
How
most
the
sites,
blooming
yes.
sarcophagus
On my
was
sites,
empty.
no one steals. 20 years and not a single theft.
Is there a market for stolen artifacts?
Yes, a booming market. A musician has his picture taken standing next to a sarcophagus, and the black market comes pounding on my door, begging me for supply.
What do you do?
I send them away. Of course I send them away. I'm surprised you lack the tact to even ask.
Well, I'm a curious person. I find that tact often gets in the way of truly getting to know someone.
You remind me of my ex-wife. I divorced her for being tactless.
That's not exactly a nice thing to say.
I had
I'm a
McDonald's
complex person. I find that niceties
ages
often
ago.
get in the way of me truly expressing myself.
Their only gluten-free thing is their fries, though. So you can order without the bun, and I did, but I also then had to order without the sauce. And yeah, it was depressing.
Why would Ramses go through all the trouble to hide Nefertari away in a false tomb?
Nefertari was most dear to Ramses II. He built her the most beautiful tomb of all the queens. He even built for her a temple at Abu Simbel. Wherever he stood, she stood by him. He was very afraid she would not find him again in the
Same, I've got
afterlife.
chicken.
He wanted her hidden away for eternity, somewhere small and unremarkable where no one would think to look for her, until the time was right.
What do you mean until the time was right? Is now the right time?
You have to ask him about that, not me.
What will you do if we find Nefertari?
I will take her to see the world.
Well, she can't exactly see anything. She's dead.
I know she's dead. I'll let the world see her. I will teach everyone why she is important.
Doesn't the world already know that?
No, they don't look hard enough. They need me to show them.
Do you really care about teaching people or just about the exposure?
It has been a long time since someone has had the nerve to speak to me in that manner.
You didn't answer my question.
I won't. I won't answer any question in that tone. Not from you, not from the press, not from some American colleague. I have work to do. Leave me to it.
Alright. So we're about 6 hours in, and these games are about 7 to 8 hours.
Could
so
this
let's-
curse be someone
I'm
trying to
hoping we're
cause a
on 7.
distraction so he could rob the
It took me like
place?
20 minutes to start the
Could
stream.
Wouldn't it be easy to get caught selling one-of-a-kind artifacts?
You think thieves are smart? They're not. If they were, they steal big. Steal small, you are a crook. Steal big, you are an explorer or a pharaoh.
1 second, I'm being called. I think it's my tea. Ooh. Hello? Hello. Back, I've got my tea with me, I've got chicken, mashed potato, and carrots.
See ya.
Goodbye.
So, excuse me if you hear forks, knives, and the chomping of carrots. Fork. You're gonna hear knife and fork. Thinking, okay, I'm gonna just cut up my chicken so that I can just play and fork food into my mouth at the same time. You don't. No. Mash is so buttery. Okay. Wait. Just checking around those stairs because looked close. Cobra. Yep, still in there.
Hello.
Bye-bye.
See
I
ya.
really don't know where. Apparently, when I was looking up that columns puzzle, I saw something about this, and apparently there's two things you need, and I haven't seen one of them. I'm guessing the real tomb is up there. But maybe not. Actually, maybe that was just like so you could do that first puzzle. There was more. There was a note. I'll go back. You can read it. On the wings of rebirth from a treasured companion, the path is open. Round a circle they slide, begin with the gold. Oh, it's in that blooming that other puzzle, that snake puzzle. This. Actually works now. But I don't know what you do still.
All right, Cobras, let's get you to your proper places.
Interesting. Let's try and work out the order based on that note. I took a picture of the note, but I'm going to go back to it so you guys can read it. So that you can help me. Yes, I'm being selfish. I'm going to need help. You read, take a picture, Do it. Do with it what you will. Yeah, anyways, start with gold. Honor amethyst. Is this? Is this the start? Because it's got this like birdie thing here. Gold. No, you took a bit. And always count a new pal. So I've got a picture of it. Bless me, I sneezed. So we start with gold up there, and then amethyst. And then emerald. Lapis and carnelian, is that? One of them's blue and one's red. Need okay. That? Crash a lot that. No, that just restarts it. God darn it. I thought that would be right. No, I thought I had that, pal. I thought it was that. It's going to be a massive pause because I think there's quite a bit of a stream delay, but I'm just waiting for you to talk to me. Or is it the other way around? There's like that note that I said read it or take a picture of it. Tells you the order. Let's just keep moving. I think it's meant to go from left to right. That's right. Just to shift them around. Right. Right. Ooh. It was aliens.
I need to figure out how to use this first, otherwise I might break it. That's done. Can't check that off yet. Check.
Okay, how do I do this?
I need to figure out how to use this first, otherwise I might break it.
It's a hieroglyph on the floor. Okay, well, I'll just leave them.
Yes?
I found a new chamber.
We are close to her. Closer with each second. Well done, Nancy. You are very good at this.
Thank you. Yeah, I thought we were going to get trapped for sure, but no, it's got to be after, surely.
I'll catch you later.
Bye.
have genuinely found a new part of the tomb. So
Hello.
maybe- Oh, I thought we'd be
Bye.
able to distract
Goodbye.
her. Nope.
Hi, Nancy.
Bye.
See ya.
No. Woo. That's mashed potato, that is. I want to Snoop. Almost finished my food. I'm done. Oops, sorry about that. I had to open my window because it's so hot. I just get really warm after I eat. And I knocked the microphone. Sorry. Hot stuff, yep. Oh, eating just makes me so warm. I don't know why. It makes my heart like... Oh, it's because I have trouble with digestion. So, like, my heart starts pounding to digest the food. And I get really hot. Okay. Let's have a look. Let's see if I can call someone. Oh, and a burp right into the
Hello?
microphone. Goodness.
See ya.
Can you gather some information for me?
Sure.
Sure.
Great! What bird does the cat have in its paws in the mural?
I'll go look. I'll call you back when I find out.
What
Bye,
mural?
dear.
There's like 10 million murals. Yeah. Yeah, I was saying this to someone at work. I was like, they are like so well thought out, but stupid. Like, some stuff's just stupid. It's actually, I think it's the brain that's stupid. But, like I said, I don't think we was ever. Evolution did not take into account that we could Google symptoms, anything wrong with you, anytime. Find a way across the stones. Okay. Let's go and show how what the room we found. Here.
I need to figure out how to use this first. Otherwise, I might break it.
I'm not really.
I
Okay.
bet I could translate that.
So then, shall not be done any evil things unto me by my friends. By my fiends, rather. Completely different thing. Oh, what's she got in her hand here? Oh, come on, pal. This is your moment. Yep. I remember the POW letters, as I call them. Nest, flies. What's this? I'm guessing it's destiny. The path.
That's nice and cryptic.
The path lies in destiny. Does that mean I have to spell out destiny in the tiles? I'm gonna take a picture of that.
Let's see if destiny really is the path.
Yep, that's what I'm thinking, Nancy. I'm betting there's a million different ways to go with it. I am not seeing the first letter already. Oh. It's like the little bird. Oops, I did not mean to do that. Oops. Terminal velocity for a falling human is about 250 feet per second. Wow. Destiny's the... I'm not seeing the D. Or is it not meant to be destiny? I thought it was gonna just... Yeah, oops. Lies. It's a riddle, it says in the... I'm terrible at riddles. But you're just gonna have to tell me the answer, because I won't get it. If you know what that is. I'm really bad at riddles. Even like the obvious ones. Maybe I did. Okay, I looked up a hint, not a spoiler. It's to do with the cat. So, go find the kitten. Oh, do I have to do this again? No, I don't. Apparently that's how you spell out cat's name. Okay. It's a stupid puzzle because anyone who actually knew hieroglyphs would smash this puzzle. Okay, this one. Swirly. Look, we're at the end. Just jump, Nancy. missing piece.
Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Check. That's done. These look just like the symbols from Lily's game. I should talk to her about it.
Okay, but I suspect somebody's gonna come out and get us anyway. Ooh. Another corridor. I don't like this. Oh no. Take me back. It's a maze. That's where we're gonna have to go when we're chased by the bad guy. Bet ya, bet ya. Dylan shows up. Yeah, I'm not going down those corridors. I'm too scared.
Yes?
I found a gold coffin. It could be Nefertari.
I must see this.
I was hoping.
I need to translate the hieroglyphs.
Oh, finally we get to do this. Oh, he was trying to work this out, and it just said this-
Nefertari! Could this be true?
Yep. Looks like it. Yes, that's the key to his trunk.
Hello.
I found a gold coffin. We might really be on our way to finding
Yep,
Nefertari.
we got his key.
I can't believe it's really her. The lost queen, and we found her.
We?
Do you have
He's
any
been in
idea what this
bed.
means?
She'll need a new nickname?
Very funny. But I do suppose you're right. What do you think about the returned queen? I should write that down. Nancy, you and me, we're going to be in the history books.
I look forward to being mentioned in many 6th grade essays.
True. But Nancy, you need to realize that this is important. How many people actually get to be part of something important?
Can you tell me what the symbols on the Senate board mean?
The special squares are the House of Rebirth, the House of Happiness, the House of Three Truths, and the House of Re Atom. That represents the House of Water.
What's the House of Water?
In the desert, water is very important, obviously. But when the desert is creeping in, stripping away all of the grazing lands, the House of Water became a powerful idea. It was the element the ancient Egyptians revered and were terrified of offending.
It's really important that you go see Abdullah.
Okay, thanks. BRB.
Smashed it, lads. We're gonna finally get in that trunk. Better be something good. The anticipation.
Who would lie about this?
Dear Mr. Baku, thank you for your interest in Spied. We always encourage new members who share our belief in our alien forebearers and have attached a member application for you to complete. In regards to your inquiry, we do not have and never had a member by our roster by the name Jamila Eldeen. Jamila is the liar. She is claiming to be a member of our guild. She's lying. However, if she'd like to become an official Spied ambassador, we have enclosed a membership application for her as well. We look forward to meeting both of you at the next member initiation gathering in Cairo. Yours in Space and Beyond, Sunny June.
I knew something didn't seem right.
Dear Mr. Bakum, I must confess I was rather surprised to hear of your deciding to remain with your initial pick, particularly after sending you her student file. Although the most damaging claims against her were unproven, there was substantial evidence against her for falsifying her research. Oh my goodness! As somebody who works in research, this is deeply, deeply bad. The student who accused her was himself found guilty of plagiarism, and many of the faculty believed that Lily was simply caught in his scheme to try and avoid the charges by placing suspicion elsewhere. While he was dismissed from the PhD program, Lily remained in the program by a very narrow margin after the departmental board meeting on the matter. While she has avoided any permanent charges, it is clear that she has a tendency for questionable ethics and dealings. That aside, her purely academic record speaks for itself. Lily could be a rising star in the Egyptology field should she choose to embrace the more traditional values of the field. Her knowledge in pottery and relics of the New Kingdom she'll be able to assist you greatly with guidance and unwavering supervision. He's the alien, yes, yes. Well, I think he was trying to see if she belonged there by inquiring. But yeah, I'm happy with both of those things. I feel like the tea was strong. No, I need... Can't go in hers yet, but...
Check.
He's still in the tube. Let's go.
Hello.
You don't really believe in any of this alien stuff, do you?
Of course I do. What's gotten into you,
No,
Nancy?
I'm waiting for
I've seen Sonny's
Pau
letter.
to come.
He says you've never taken
to
one of his
faked it,
classes.
so
How
he
do you
was out.
explain that?
Fine. You've made your point. What do you want from me?
The truth, for a change.
I guess the truth is mine to tell, and yours to find out.
So who are you here for? Abdullah or Nefertari?
Who says I'm here for either?
Common sense.
You're an interesting one, Nancy.
You didn't answer my question.
If you ever want to hear my answer, we'll need to reach an agreement.
What kind of agreement?
You don't speak a word of this to anyone here.
We're never sure. Why not? What do we have to gain? Yeah, but I'm waiting for Pau to come, like, limping into the room and being like, it was me all along.
Oh, sure.
The time is not right. Wait.
So you don't actually believe in aliens?
Right. Except
Except what?
Sonny. He really is special.
What do you mean? How so?
I can't be the one to tell you. If you ever need to know, he'll find you.
I think I found a new area of the
Snoop,
tomb
Snoop,
near the
Snoop,
main entrance.
Snoop.
You did?
Yep, false bottom to her bag.
What is this? What is Jamila actually up to?
Okay, so he was right about the location. Who tipped him off? Says rumours of a sale, if discovered, private market strong. He's a cheater and a thief. Search for evidence outside help. May have seen tire tracks, not sure. I can't scare him out, but maybe I can make the tomb uninhabitable. So she's faking all these curses to get him to leave because she thinks he's stealing. He probably is, to be honest. England's obsession with Egypt is as old as the empire itself. Perhaps that is why Dr. Abdullah Bakoum enjoys such a strong, I bet he does, following here in the UK. While any visit from Bakoum will be met with fanfare from the amateur Egyptologist community, this particular visit is sure to go down in history as the first step in what will no doubt be an extraordinary adventure. You would be very foolish to miss this presentation, said Bakoum, in reference to his upcoming speech at the Royal Academy of Antiquities. I have made a very exciting breakthrough in the search for Nefertari, Egypt's famed lost queen. Those who follow Bakoum know that this game is worth the buzz it is generating. No Egyptologist can match Bakoum in terms of landmark discoveries, and it is unlikely anyone ever will. I wasn't that sus of him before, but now I am. He is involved in the black market, and he gets tips. From these black market sellers on places that you shouldn't even know about, I think.
One of these was used to puncture the water tank.
They were.
That's done. Did that.
Okay, doesn't look like there's anything else in her bag. Nope. Pal's gonna come crawling in. The thing was a ruse. Where is he?
Can't open it. It's locked.
Okay, so that's where we're gonna be chased to later. We're gonna be chased through these corridors. Can't wait.
There must be a special order to pressing these. I need to figure out what it is.
Steal her purse. Sadly, I don't think we can.
What? How could
What?
a mummy just appear like this? Oh, something is very wrong.
They're gonna say I'm crazy, aren't they? Somebody's put them there. And they're gonna say I imagined there not being one, and there's no real... Oh, thank you for the follow! I don't know why the follow alert is not working. Yeah, somebody's whacked in that stupid... Where is he now? And thank you, Pal. And hi! Siri! Welcome, welcome.
Nancy, hi.
You're here because of Abdullah, aren't you?
In part. I don't like him.
Why?
Because he's on the take. And he stages.
Stages?
He dumps things he has into a site to make it more exciting.
That's a big accusation.
It's the truth. Where did that mummy you found come from?
I still haven't found out.
It came from him.
Wait a second. I never told you about that.
I heard about it. People talk. I have more proof than I need.
You really seem to hate Abdullah. Why?
Egypt is not for sale. Not anymore. The land has been plagued by men like him, but they're tearing out the soul of this country out of greed, and they do not care what they lose along the way.
Thank you for dropping by.
What is this strange symbol on your bag?
What are you talking about?
It's all over. I've seen it on the walls.
It's nothing.
I need to know right now why you're here. I have the authority to have you removed unless you tell me immediately.
You do not.
You want to try me?
Fine, Nancy. I'm here to see that Nefertari is returned to where she belongs.
Why?
Because it is my destiny to do this, or to die trying. There is very old magic at work here, and I do not care what you believe. It is true. Ramses II, he knew the temples would be plundered by men like Abdullah. He knew the land would suffer tyrants, that she would be at risk. He had to know that his greatest love would survive all of this. He had her hidden and called upon our bloodline. Every daughter in my family must seek Nefertari, and only when the time is right will we be able to find her.
Then what?
Then she's returned to her rightful place, and we are relieved of our duty. When I was young, my mother died. I was told she'd been in an automobile accident.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
When I came of age, a letter came. My mother wrote it before I was born. She knew the search for Nefertari would probably kill her, that she was bound by fate, as am I. One day, I will have a daughter, and she will never receive such a letter. The search ends with me, not Abdullah.
Do you really believe all of that?
Yes.
But why the fake aliens?
Abdullah told the press he thinks alien followers are stupid. Stupid people are no threat to him.
So you hid in plain sight.
Exactly. Here, take this.
This is from Lily, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, I think this is one for Lily's Lock. Thanks, Abdullah. Right. I'm gonna still save it as Pow died 10 times. Okay. They are not easy puzzles to read. They're so hard. It's taken like 5 of us to do it. Yeah, no, instead she's just staring at this wall. You know, like, what's his face? He's the leading Egyptologist, and he couldn't even solve this.
I bet I could translate that.
And I did.
My dictionary could help translate that.
It said, this is the tomb of Nefertari, right on the wall this whole time. Okay, well, I was hoping to finish it, but I'm so tired. And there's definitely going to be a chase through those tunnels, and I feel like I need all my mental capacity. So I might finish it tomorrow, about 4:30ish. Yeah, I know, I'm so tired. My eyes feel like they're on fire. And my voice is so sore. I don't talk for this long. I do not talk. Let me do my... Yay, look, you're all famous. You're on the screen. Oh, look, 9 followers. Ooh, check me out. And also, hopefully Bumble does the stream. Hi, Mom, you're famous. Just vibe to the music and watch you all be famous. Vibes. Okay. Sadly, the vibes are going to end because I'm going to quit the game. But there we go. And end the stream. See you in the Discords and tomorrow. Come on, you're on the big screen. Bye. Bye. Thanks for coming. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoyed.